Hello, y'all. Oh, hang on. Didn't have some lights on. There we go. That's the correct lighting for the stream. How are y'all doing? It is Friday. It is December 20th. It is the Friday before Xmas. What can I say? How you doing? Hope you're doing quite well. Hope you're having a great December. And, ideally, if, you are so lucky, perhaps even y'all have a Christmas break, and perhaps even it has started by now. If not today, then before or soon. I'll say, hey, I'm on vacation the next 2 weeks. That's, kind of what I wanted to lead with here. I'm on vacation these next 2 weeks, and I'm not traveling or nothing. I'm just staying home. I'm just relaxing. I'm just sleeping. And, you know, I got holiday stuff to do, but my family's local, so that's just pretty much Xmas Day, and that's more or less it. Does that mean we get longer streams? I do have some longer streams planned for the next couple of weeks, yes. This is true, Ratchet Toad. I do have some ideas. I do have some plans, for sure. I'll touch on those later, but mostly what it means is I am getting a break that I really have been needing for a good long while. I need a vacation now and again, you understand, right? I think we all need a vacation now and again, and I'm looking forward to sleeping. I'm hoping to get my sleep schedule onto like a good cadence, so I'm not like falling asleep in the evening after work when I get back to work anymore. That's screwy. I would like to just sleep during the nights, I think. Not that I don't like a nap. I like a nap, but it's weird to take a nap after work. I don't know. Feels like it's a waste of a perfectly good evening. Anyway, that's great. I'm, as I always am when these vacations start, I am very happy about that. I am really been looking forward to this. And probably also a lot of y'all are feeling the same. And let's all be happy about that. Let's all delight. Also, you know, Christmas is about to happen. This is a Christmas themed shirt, by the way. It's a Zelda Christmas theme. You might have been able to tell. See? Christmas, Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Very cool shirt. Exciting times. I'm pretty much all ready for that. Talk about things in detail as we go on, but yeah. The other thing I just want to touch on real quick is that I haven't worked on this new level in a while. Not really. A little bit of a maker update up front here, just to touch on it. I got in this first room where I think I like it, where it kind of sets up the gimmick of ground pounding through boxes, and then makes you jump through either here or up through here and land in this, which I think is kind of precarious and kind of fun. But I haven't gotten any ideas for like a second room. Nothing concrete, nothing like I can go with. I have some drawings on paper that I have like been thinking about, like, okay, well maybe something like this, but I don't know. I don't know yet. Whatever it happens, however it does, it has to set up like okay, you gotta get a mushroom, you gotta introduce these guys maybe spring guys. You know, like I was messing around a little bit with these guys. Like, what if these guys are being sprung around? That's kind of fun to jump on them and then they become bombs. Sure, why not? Some ideas are coming together, but not really in a big way yet. Soon, I hope. I don't know. It's, feel like I haven't had quite the time or energy to really see it through yet. This is the last level of my super world, by the way. It's called Playtime Palace, and it's the finale, so feel like a lot is riding on it to be cool and full of ideas. You know how it is if y'all make levels of your own. Got a lot built up through the super world. It's gotta be a cool ass level. But that's hard to do, you know. Anywho, let's get on into it. Viewer levels proper. That's the segment that this is. How this works, if you don't know, is that if you are around when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which outside the lightning round means 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still do the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between people who are present and playing more levels, which I think is fun. We got a bunch in queue. I will say, there's kind of a lot to talk about tonight. I've been playing a lot of games. I've been watching a lot of anime. I'll say like 5 shows ended yesterday. I gotta talk about them, including Dan the Dan. Gotta talk about those. 6 others ended on other days that I am including tonight. Obviously there's holiday stuff. There's kind of a lot. Ooh, a new one. A new level from Moyaku. Hell yeah. Mario Scout. Again, if you're here, you get 12 minutes. Moyaku was here when he submitted it, and that's good enough for me, considering that. Oh, Moyaku is also here in chat. Perfect, good. I will say the first person gets a pass. It's not their fault that it takes me sometimes 15 to 20 minutes to really start and really get to the thing. The first person gets a pass. After that, we gotta be honest. We gotta enforce this shit. Yes, that is correct. I played all your levels except for this one. That is true. Let's do it. And we'll do cards at a nice regular rate. A nice regular rate as I see fit. Like I said, kind of a lot to talk about tonight. There's been a lot going on in like general, but also specifically as far as like stuff I've been up to. I'm a little worried about the amount of cards that I put down. Like I'll say I haven't done a stream since I took this Tuesday off since I finished Half-Life 2, replaying that. Like how long ago was that? That was like I see, this is some sort of gotcha. Little puzzles where we have to maneuver stuff around. I finished Half-Life 2 like how long ago was that? Like okay, we don't do that. What we do is I finished that like 2 weeks ago, and I like to sometimes take a okay, I see what I have to do here. Got it. I like to take a break after finishing a playthrough like that. So I took last Tuesday off, and I've been enjoying a nice quiet week, relaxing and you know, doing the things you do when you're not streaming. And as a result, I kind of have low-key a lot to discuss. I've played, finished, etc. a lot of games, etc. Anime, whole 9. Happy holidays to you too, Corn. Do people eat corn at the holidays? I feel like corn is more of a 4th of July thing. You know, like corn on the cob. Xmas and New Year's. Well, Xmas especially. Xmas is more of a time for do I just put in as many shells as I got? Unclear. Xmas is a time for green beans. Green beans are what Xmas is the time for. Oh, I think I kind of understand then. So I need to put in this to weigh down this one. I need 2 or more to do that one. And maybe stand on it myself. Maybe 3. Maybe 3. Everything sounds good, looks good, by the way, right? I'll say it was a little slow starting up tonight. There were some weird technical stuff going on. But, you know, don't worry, everything should be good now. I reckon. We should be alright to, just carry on. Hello, Corn. Hello. Did I say hello, Triscade? Hello, Triscade. Hello, everyone. Happy that y'all are, here as per usual. Not that you're always here, but you're always welcome. And, like Olive Garden. I'll say I don't have a card for it, but I watched a video the other day. I don't know if anyone's seen this video on YouTube. Y'all know the, does anyone know the YouTuber, he's like called Burback or something? I watched his, travelogue / Olive Garden review video where he went to Italy and compared that to Olive Garden. I thought that was very funny. That was a good video. It looks like we're done. Nice. It's more fun to break these blocks than to get 1-ups, I think. Yes, it is a puzzle level, and we have completed it. That was surprisingly easy for one of your levels, Moyako. Usually you do a lot of precision type stuff, right? And maybe I'm just remembering those most because those are the ones that, you know, I haven't finished. Fun level. Very good. Let me hit complete and do the next one. That was a really good video that I just mentioned on Burback's channel. I really enjoyed watching that yesterday. And definitely makes me think like, wow, Italy, it's beautiful, huh? And it has good food. That would be probably a good place to go one day if I, you know, go places other than Japan or theme parks in the future. They have theme parks in Italy. I know they have theme parks in Europe. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I guess is my thought there. One day. One day. The mysterious star is up next. Go ahead and confirm. I haven't seen any chat from Mysterious Star in a minute, so I'm putting that in chat so Mysterious Star knows what's up. In the meantime, let's pull a card. Start talking about these cards. Like I said, I think I have like 20, 30 tonight. Ooh, it's a lot. Did you see the Switch 2 leaks? That's right, major news this week. Some YouTuber guy, and maybe others, I don't know, but got hands-on with like a 3D model that it seems like Nintendo sent, like peripheral companies for like, making peripherals and stuff. And yeah, we saw what the Switch 2 looks like. It has a extra button, apparently, a C button. No idea what that is. I've seen speculation that it might connect you to a TV. I've seen speculation that it's some sort of extra social button, like if you want to stream to your friends list or something through like a proprietary Nintendo network. Sort of like Miiverse or something. I don't know if anyone really knows what that is yet, but new button. Yeah, that should be cool. Hopefully. The share button was a huge success on the original Switch, so, you know, going further in that respect, I guess that makes sense. I personally don't know if I need anything more than the share button as far as sharing goes. I feel like they got it right the first time, but whatever. It's bigger. Apparently, that screen is 8 inches across. And I've also heard tell that they fixed the Joy-Con drift issue in the new model. They're using like a different way of doing things so that your Joy-Cons won't drift ever. So that is lovely. Oh, also the magnets. They instead of like sliding out now, they pull out like to the side. I don't know like what the upside is with that, but I'll say my Switches, my first Switch and my second Switch both got hinky as far as like sometimes one of the Joy-Cons slides up a little and disconnects a little bit and you have to like slide back down. I've had that on 2 Switches, so I don't think it's necessarily a me problem, just like a problem with the original design. So I guess this new design will fix that. I guess that's pretty much all you could say about it. Oh yeah, this is so annoying. What's so annoying? What's annoying? That thing I just described when the Joy-Cons are loose? Yeah. Yeah, does that happen to y'all? That's again, I've got it on 2 Switch, so I'm assuming it's not just a me problem. Is that an us problem? Yeah, okay, everyone's saying it. Everyone's saying it. Multiple people in chat have that same issue. Yeah, so that's why. That's what they're trying to fix. Good on them. I guess there's not that much to discuss there, honestly. Oh, I don't see mysterious yet, so I guess maybe we should not set the timer. Let me take a drink of drink, and then we'll carry on in a second. There you are, Mysterious Star. Perfect. Lovely. This looks hard, but not too hard, so long as we use good good timing. That's what I was gonna say. So long as we use good timing, I think we should be good. We need better timing is what we need. Better timing. Faster timing. Ah!
Oh no!
We okay. Okay. Relax, relax.
Oh no!
Hey Barnstormer, how you doing? The Switch changes more than once per second? Yeah, that is fast. Kinda hard to time.
Oh no!
We'll get it, we'll get it. We have 12 minutes. Yes, snow, ice, cold. These are things you think of when you see this archetype. Y'all call themes archetypes? I've always called them archetypes, kinda. In part because, in the context of Donkey Kong Country, that's what, in certain fan communities we always called them, like, you know, like, oh, this is the ship archetype, this is the jungle archetype, you know, I don't know if that's, like, super common. Maybe theme or style is more, the parlance.
Oh no!
We'll get it, we'll get it. Cool, sick, yes, that's right. Switch 2 is exciting! When it comes out next year, I look forward to it fixing all the Switch's problems, and, not being slow or underpowered. I'm sure they'll have, fixed that entirely. Who can say, really? I don't know if it really is possible to, with the size of a Switch, with what it needs to be, maybe it will always be a little bit underpowered, but people like the Stream Decks, right? If this is just a Stream Deck powered new Switch, that'd be great. Clear? I don't know what you're trying to do with clear, Squink. Hey, Squinks, what's up? Your Joy-Cons constantly disconnect? Mine only do it sometimes. Like if I'm not careful with them. Really, I wouldn't mind Joy-Cons having like some sort of extra grip. You know, I got like I got like a Joy-Con.
Oh no!
1 second. You know, if I was saying like one feature request for like the Nintendo Switch 2, I got this thing, right? This Joy-Con grip. Oh, chroma, green screened out part of it. This Joy-Con grip that you can snap around the Switch, and it adds like handles and stuff, which are nicer on the hand. But the fact that you have to take them off when you when you dock the Switch, right? That just makes it very annoying.
Oh no!
Or like if you want to remove the Switch Joy-Cons from the thing, you have to remove the whole thing. I think it would be nice if there were like magnets in the Joy-Cons such that you could just snap those on, those bad boys, just onto the Joy-Cons themselves. And then, you know, you wouldn't have to deal with bad ergonomics ever again. Ergonomics would be fixed once and for all. Oh, jeez. So long as we're on a platform that's above another platform, jeez, this is going... Did it speed up? I think it sped up there. It did not speed up? My imagination, then.
Oh no!
Hard level, hard level. The usual music crew?
Oh no!
Says Triscade, Squink and Barnstormer. I didn't know you were the music crew. I mean, Squink, I know, does a lot of music levels. I'm trying to think. Barnstormer, are your levels all music? It must be, or else why would you be in the club? Why would you be in the crew? Maybe it's because you like music. Hey Chad, how's it going? That's correct, I am live.
Oh no!
Chard, I'm sorry, Chard. Sometimes reading chat quickly from a preview monitor.
Oh.
Music is boring? You used to make Zelda levels without music? Gotcha. Music can be nice. It's nice to... I'll say, I don't think it's impossible to appreciate music. You know, it's takes some effort. Okay. I, for one, I think it's good. Yeah, this is a tough level, that's right. Hey, Tommy, how you doing? Thank you for the level. Back in the Reddit exchange days? Gotcha.
Oh no! Oh no!
Do you still... Is anyone still doing that Reddit level exchange thing? You know, I'll say, like, the last... Since I became a streamer, I stopped plugging my levels at a certain point there. It just didn't feel like, well, part of it is that I already play, like, hours of Mario Maker every week, so, you know, I don't really have it in me to play, like, Mario Maker off-stream as well, you know?
Oh no!
Hello, Free Phil Smith. How you doing? I imagine most other people don't have those exact circumstances to, you know, inspire a change in posting behavior. But, you know, hey, maybe everyone's got something going on. The pandemic was, I guess the pandemic was, like, during, like, the longest stretch of Mario making, right? Like... Oh, jeez. Okay. Long queue from Switch? That's correct. From Twitch. Yes, that's correct. True, true, true. Yeah, Corn also got one in over on the Twitch side. Corn's on both sides. Used to have double digits, but it's in the single one. What do you mean, like people submitting? Is people doing it? Is it weekly? You stopped doing the level share after you discovered Twitch? Nice. Maybe it's just the way of things, you know? You came back to Mario Maker 2 after 1 year? That happens, yeah. A good break like that is very helpful. I have definitely had years where I didn't do any making. I have had long periods where I haven't done any making. It was months ago that the last level went up, even, that I've done. It's hard to be constantly making. Constantly working. I'll say, as far as my next level goes, I am very much thinking about what I'm gonna do after. Because, like, well, I mean, when I finish this next level, that's the end of the Super World, so I gotta, like, promote it, right? I gotta make, like, a nice trailer. I gotta see if I can plug it places. I gotta get the word out. I don't know. That's gotta be a big effort. That's gotta be a big thing. But, like, also, you know, I'm not really sure, like, the way forward. I have some ideas for, like, levels I would want to make, like, outside of Mario Maker. Or, sorry, inside Mario Maker. Like, in particular, I would like to try making levels that are, like, bonus stages. I've been thinking about, like, bonus stages recently, because I'm, like, a big fan of DKC, right? I love DKC, too. I love the way that, you know, you play the game, and every level you find bonus levels that are based on the level itself. And I'm kind of curious, could I make bonus levels based upon my existing levels? Like, is there enough in those levels where I could make a spin-off level? Hey, Lord Bowser. You lost the cartridge? Oh, that's a different scenario. And I think, like, doing that and other experiments would be very interesting. So, like, a bonus level series where it's just like, okay, these are based on original levels that I've already done. Someone makes a direct for trailers you submit? A direct for trailers you submit. The Super World Direct? There's a Super World Direct? I didn't... What? I've never heard of the Super World Direct. Y'all... In the Discord, let me know the details on that. If you don't mind. I've never heard of that. That's an interesting idea. Good to know there is such a thing out there. I would definitely post it on Reddit. And, you know, it'd be on the YouTube channel, so that would be, like, where it would be posted. So that's nice. Other things I want to do as far as, like, experiments go. I would like to do a Bowser's Fury type experiments, you know? You know how in Bowser's Fury, there's levels that are, land... YouTube land team. I'm not gonna... I might forget about that, 06. Someone, hang on. Remind me, in 6 hours, there's a Super World Direct, question mark? It put in Super Bowl Direct, close enough. Okay, I made a note to check. Would appreciate if someone just had a link in the Discord as well. That would be handy. I'm all out of time. We have 5 tries left. Let's do it. Knew that was screwed from the first jump. I'll say, like, another experiment I would like to do would be to, make levels in the, like, try to make some levels similar to, you know, Bowser's Fury, right? And how in Bowser's Fury there's, like, different variants of each level with, like, different enemies and obstacles. I would like to try and see if I could make a tougher version of a stage. Like, oh, it's the same stage, but it's, like, Dark World style, like Super Meat Boy. And I would also like to try, like, oh, what about, like, just an alternate stage? Just, like, the same layout, but different obstacles make it feel different. I'm curious if such a thing would be a good idea because, like, those are ideas I've had for a long time as far as, like, if I were to make a, you know, those are ideas I have had for, like, games outside of Mario Maker for some time now, right? I have been thinking, looking at games like Kaze and the Wild Mask, right? And thinking, like, okay, well, those didn't quite hit it, I guess, you know, those didn't quite become hits. What could you do to make a really good Donkey Kong Country style video game? How would you do that? And, well, I'd like to see if those ideas would, like, feel right in 2D. And, you know, I think doing it in Mario Maker would be a good testing ground. Those are ideas I have for the future. But first I have to finish the Super World and make a trailer, and probably won't be this year. Probably won't be by the end of the year at this rate, but sometime next year. Does that thing say... I took the year off that, right? Oh, also I didn't update it. We're totally 39 levels in now. Also, it still says 2023. Ha 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 ha. Wow, okay. That was optimistic when I set up that thing. I don't think I've shown that that card. That thing is since 2023, come to think of it. Also, you can see there it's called Mario Country Waluigi's Triple Threat, which I think is a good name for the Super World. Also, it's gonna have like a part-time where like I'm gonna play through it a couple times, and if you can beat that time, you're invited to feel good about yourself. Those are ideas I have. We weren't able to do it. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Thank you, Mysterious Star. 06I is up and 06I is here. Very good. You got your friend into Mario Maker, and that and watching streams got you back into it. Excellent. Very cool, Chard. I didn't see those messages. My apologies until just now. Sometimes I miss a message or two. It happens. I've been idly thinking recently about like what a platformer that I would make would be like if I made a platformer outside of Mario Maker, which I think would be a nice long-term ambition to like put into play in my free time. You know, if I have more free time. I mean, I'll say I'm pretty busy, just like work, stream, not work or stream. Do I have time to make a whole fucking real-ass game? Probably not, but I still would like to have that ambition. And I've, you know, like many people, I have thought about it a bunch. It is almost Christmas, that's true. That's true. One idea that I have, here's an idea that I have. I would like to make it so that, okay, so this does an on-off when you do the switch. Here's an idea that I have for a video game. If I were to do a 2D platformer, I would like to set it up where, can I get that? Yes, I can. It's cute. If I were to do a 2D platformer, I would set it up so that, like some games, right, like Rayman and things like that, to really unlock each world, you would have to do bonus stages and other optional things, like getting collectibles, things of that nature. But I would also have it so that, I would also have it so that, in addition to that, I would have it so that, you unlock things that way, but also, I would make it so that you could go forward, like, without fully unlocking a stage or a world, but you would have to do it, you would have to do it, like, old school style, You would have to go into the world and complete it in X lives, or else you'd lose all your progress if you didn't, like, fully unlock a world. And I think that'd be a fun compromise between, like, the old school style of you have 10 lives of complete this world versus, like, the new school style of, you know, just take as many lives as you need. Don't worry about it. Ideas like that, I think, would hopefully capture what I love about, you know, DKC, while, you know, being, like, fresh, I guess. I don't know. I would also, I'll say, like, I have a lot of ideas. Yes, you can. Please, share levels, share as many as you like, so long as the queue is open. Deal here. I see what the deal is, but I misplayed it terribly. One thing I do think playing, one thing I do think about Kaze, which is another DKC-like, an indie DKC that I really appreciate, is that Kaze just has Dixie Kong's hover, and I think that it's better. Damn it. I think it's better when a hover character is, like, optional, when you don't have a guarantee that you can hover. So how I would do it is I would just have 3 characters with their own abilities that are all powerful in their own ways that give you different options to shortcut levels, if you like, you know, using skill. The 3 I would go with that I've been thinking about, I'm sure I might have mentioned this on, like, previous streams, these are ideas that I've had, is I would want one with, like, a Shelmet situation, you know, maybe it'd be like a robot, you know, maybe be like a Torchman-style robot that has, like, a, flame on its head and can do spike helmet stuff, attack enemies from below. Another one would have the Dixie Kong hover. And I think a cool thing, here's an idea that I have for, like, a cool third option. Would be like a big bruiser character who, when they roll through an enemy, right, they pick that enemy up and can use them as a projectile, or jump off them to get a double jump, with the caveat that they have to defeat an enemy before they double jump. I think that'd be an interesting, like, design. And it'd be cool to, like, you know... I think that one in particular, you could imagine a lot of strategies as far as, like, okay, well, here's the point where you use your double jump. Here's how you abuse this mechanic best to skip over this section. I think that'd be interesting. Thank you for the follow, Free Phil Smith. Hell yeah. There we go. Feel like a checkpoint. There we go, it's a checkpoint. Fuck yes. Auto-scroll? This is just a series of puzzle rooms, I think. Anyway, been randomly thinking about that stuff because it's just fun to randomly think about that stuff. And you know, with the super world winding down, if ever there's a time to, like, try to make a go at it, it's right now, you know, between, like, Super World and, oh, this is a nice little challenge. Very, very smart. If any time there is to take a go at it, it'd be, like, between Super World and Mario Maker 3, right? Probably wouldn't have the time, probably for many reasons wouldn't happen, but it's nice to dream. It's nice to dream. And also it's very fun to, you know, consider options that I don't have, right? Like, you know, I love Mario Maker, but you can't have barrel cannons in Mario Maker. Not really. You can't have a lot of things that DKC has in Mario Maker. That's a nice little teaser there. Spooky Ghost Snake. Then again, like, kind of odds are good now that, before Mario... Before I ever got a chance to, like, you know, do any such thing, Mario Maker 3 would come out, and, you know... Probably rather play Mario Maker 3 than take a risk on everything, right? Take a risk on, things that are difficult. That just, goes without saying. I really like your ghost snake. Your ghost snake is very cool. The shy snake. The shy snake. Are snakes shy? Typically? I feel like that's a rare... Actually, I think every animal is pretty shy when you get right down to it. You know, and actually in animals we call that skittish. It's a skittish snake. You know, that's just survival instinct, you know. They don't want to expose themselves to danger. Very reasonable. Okay. Nice. What? Huh? Oh, we need that, mushroom. And we can get to that. How? Okay. You got that level in there? Fantastic. Good. I'll say, we low-key have a lot of things to discuss tonight, so I don't know why I'm adding topics. I'll say, I'm gonna start the lightning round when we're through the games block. Does that make sense? I feel like that's roughly halfway through the cards, so that seems like a reasonable place to cut it off. So I'll probably be like 8 or 9. Again, I reckon this stream is gonna be a bit long. Hope y'all have a lot of levels. Please keep submitting them until such time as the stream is over. All I want for Christmas is y'all's levels. That's not true. That's not true at all. Christmas is gonna be a good Christmas this year. I'll say. Lots for me to look forward to. Particular. Woo! That was a funky thing that happened. Not great. We got 2 minutes left. You really like how sought up the stream structure seems to be? Yeah, I have like a list of things I need to talk about, and I sort of go through them in order because that's how, you know, I remember to talk about everything. If I don't have it written down, there's no guarantee I'll talk about it. Though sometimes I'll just insert it. Why not? Sometimes I'll just insert it. Why not? That's one of the things that sounds out of context worse than it is. You know what I meant. How easy was it to make the Pikmin redeem? Wasn't too hard. Hey. Oh, I like how there's a star there now. That's lovely. It was a while ago. TITS is just a thing. I did have to do the Pikmin. I did have to, like, resign myself to specific parts of the screen where my camera is so that I could always sync up. And, you know, I can't really move myself around quite so easily now as a result, but that's fine. It wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard. Moderately difficult. Look at these balloons. It's a party. Kind of makes me think of Diddy Kong Racing. I don't know why. Yeah, the stream kind of ends up structured a little bit like a podcast, doesn't it? When you get right down to it, if you're thinking about it. Which, whatever. Except insofar as, unlike a podcast, typically, I randomly decide what I talk about first. You know, sometimes it's like, okay, let's talk about the anime first. Sometimes it's like, okay, we gotta start with news of the world. Other times it's like, I gotta talk about these games I've been playing. We'll end after holiday talk. We'll end after holiday talk. Okay. I think it's, I forget how it goes. I think it's game talk, then holiday talk, and then there's a bunch of anime soon after that. So, yeah, let's aim for the lightning round to start after holiday talk / vacation talk. Thank you for the level. That was quite good. We were able to get through just in time, just in the nick of time. Let's go ahead and hit it. Just in the Saint Nick of time. Just in the Saint Nicholas of time. Is that a stream name? I don't know. That might be a VOD name. Just in the Saint Nick of time. Too wordy. Too wordy. No, I don't know about that. That's right, in the nick of time. That's what I said. Did I hit the next one? Should be CB Battle. Is CB Battle the next up? So, nothing got screwed up there, right? Let me just double check that CB Battle is who followed 06I. Yes, that is correct. Okay, good. For a second, I thought I pulled a card and then fucked it up. Hey, here's a card. I said, no. For a second there, I thought I screwed it up on the Warp World side. I finished Inscription. Started playing that like 2 weeks ago as part of a Game Pass stream, and despite trying to play a lot of games right now for the purposes of Game of the Year, and you know, trying to get in a few last ones before the end of the year, ended up being really captured by Inscription, and really just couldn't put it down until I was done with the second and third arcs, and finished that last weekend. And goddamn, Inscription is a hell of a game. If you don't know, it's like a horror card game where you are basically doing like a roguelike card game where it's based around like you have to sacrifice your cards to play more cards, and to play your cards, and also you're doing a survival thing against like a serial killer type psychopath in a shed. This psychopath seems to have trapped you in his shed and is forcing you to play a horror card game roguelike. And after that, it goes in some incredible directions that I won't spoil. But like the second, third act were amazing, and the epilogue was amazing too, though also the epilogue was just like, oh wait, it's over? The epilogue really felt like it was supposed to have something other than just one cutscene at the end that sort of like, kind of felt like there would be a little bit more after that, but there wasn't, and, you know, I do think I enjoyed the hell out of it all the way through, and yeah, that's right up there with Hollow Knight as far as like the top games of Game Pass that I have tried for the first time this year. CB Battle is here, by the way, so that's good. I think I might like Inscription. I think they're close. Inscription or Hollow Knight, which is my favorite. I made a list on my phone of the top of like, and I think I'm gonna do this as like a Game of the Year type list. Game Pass old Game of the Year. Currently, I have Inscription over Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight over Ace Attorney, Ace Attorney over RE2 Remake, and all that over Golden Idol, which I think is maybe the 5th best thing that I played for the first time this year on Game Pass for free. Well, included with subscription. So, yeah, goddamn, really enjoyed the hell out of Inscription. Hollow Knight also phenomenal once you get right down into it, once you get like past the initial hurdle. I feel like Hollow Knight has a learning curve, or like a... It takes a little bit for you to really start jamming and to get enough abilities to feel good. I mean, I'll say, like, I actually started Hollow Knight like 2 years ago, but only actually picked it up this year, and went past that first hour this year. So, you know, jot that down as a qualifier to its ranking. Let's do it. Inscription, though, my god. If you have Game Pass, or maybe if you don't even, hell of a game. What is going on here? The screen is green. The screen filling up entirely with green is not something you see every day. Also, wait a minute, it's fucking resetting the screen every time it fills up entirely. Holy shit. What the hell? I'm just noticing that we're going new places. Wow, what a goddamn, what a goddamn trick. In a good way. This is an amazing gimmick. CV battle. Go, just keep going, just keep going. It took so long to make. I've never seen anything like it. You should be proud. Okay, there we go. The timer is shorter, but also, like, it's... You can only go so fast. You have to wait for the lava to go up and down every time. How does it... The lava must set up an explosive, which scrolls the stream forward, and does, like, an on-off. Oh, it's a New Year's thing! Hey! That's right, it is, 2025. The year of green, as it's known. Green year. Not early at all. Little early, little early. It's still, it's not hard at all, I would say, by the way, for what it's worth. I bet your clear rate is well above 50%. Indeed. Indeed. 69%! Good percentage. Good percentage there. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. It's Lord Bowser. Happy New Year in advance to you as well. CV battle. Let's talk about the next card. I started Anton Blast. I bought Anton Blast after last Friday's stream. Wait until it goes unpopular and Timmy's rage quit. Oh yeah, it'll go down from there. Yeah, my clock as well says 2024. I started Anton Blast. It's sort of like a Wario Land 4 slash Pizza Tower type game. The guy who made it is friends with the Pizza Tower guy, but it's that sort of platformer. You run through levels, you collect stuff, and you know, there's a good amount of chaos. It has a very unhinged, sort of like loose as hell feel to it. It's chaos incarnate in a good way, but I'll say, personally, I've sort of been like burning out on it. I played like 6 levels. I've played like 5 levels, and you know how many bosses I've had to fight to play 5 levels? I've had to play 2 bosses, because there's for the first. Okay, so. First 2 levels, right? One of them is a tutorial, then there's a boss, then another 2 levels, and then another boss. And at this point, I'm thinking like, okay, 2 levels and then a boss, that's... I feel like that's too many bosses. Too many bosses for a Pizza Tower Wario Land 4 type game, right? Like, I think about I think about Pizza Tower, right? Which has like 5 or 6 levels sometimes between boss fights. And I think that's about the right pacing for me. I'll say, for what it's worth, not a huge boss fight person.
Oh no!
That might be part of it. That might be part of it. Bowser, is Bowser here, by the way? Let me do the confirmation so Bowser can see. There you go, Lord Bowser. Go ahead and confirm. I'll give you a second and talk a little bit more about Anton Blast. I was feeling a little bit down on the game because I'd never played Cuphead. I bought Cuphead. I didn't get very far. That is true. That is, I'll say it probably depends on the game. It depends on the specifics of the video game. But, like, I don't know. I kind of like the platforming, but I don't have it in me to push through that many bosses. Like, energy-wise, I'm just drained more by having to do a boss fight versus a level of a fixed length where you're probably going to get through it on your first go or so, whereas the boss might be a more knockout, drag-out thing. More of a commitment, I feel like. Also, I did the 5th level, and then you know what came right after the 5th level? Another boss fight. I looked it up. Apparently there's like 11 levels and like 8 boss fights. So, yeah, that's nearly 1 boss fight per level. That's ridiculous. Also, it's not like they're, you know, I did see people saying Sonic. I brought this up in a Discord and someone said like, Sonic does that. And it's like, okay, fair, but a lot of the Sonic boss fights, they're more like mini-bosses. This is more like mega-bosses. More like big knockout, drag-out fights against enemies with multiple phases and multiple patterns, and you have to learn and pay attention. I just wanna bum rush things and, like, make my way through cool and flashy levels. I like to go places when I play platformers, you know? I like to always be on the move. Not to say that like a good boss fight is an unwelcome thing, just, you know what I mean. Looks like I'm finishing the Super World this stream. Quite possibly. That said, I still don't see Bowser, so actually let me put Bowser into... Wow! Okay. That was a bad first life. Let me put you into sudden death there. And I'm going to try to get this mushroom because it's very important. Oh shit. Oh shit. Bowser is raining down destruction from above. Not good. Okay, I feel like we're gonna get a checkpoint here. Yes. So long as that guy from the ceiling doesn't kill me, this refreshes my lives. So, bless this, I'm feeling pretty good. God damn it. I'm feeling pretty good about my chances here. Bowser, if you are here, if you can't say something, you'll, you know, I'll do the timer and all that, so jot that down. Any time is good. I'll say I think Anton Blast is probably pretty okay. I think it's probably like a 4 out of 5 if I had to rate it right now based on what I played about halfway through the game. I think it's kind of sad that it only has 11 levels. I mean, I guess Wario Land 4 only has like 17. 17 is is more than 11. And a lot less than like Pizza Tower, which has, you know, like 20 odd levels. But whatever, it's fine. Hey, there you are. You gotta go, battery is low. Peace, have a good one. Yes, let's beat this level. 3, I might have went in these in the wrong order. Who can say? I went on the one on the left first, not the one on the right. Is that one 2 or is that one 4? Fuck!
Oh
Well, it's a good thing we just, we just set a timer. Huh.
no! Oh no!
Case in point. If we were still on limited lives, that would be it right there. These guys on ceiling are tough. You know what? I just had an idea. Put those fuckers on the ceiling. It's 8-5. Let's not fuck around here. Let's make it mean. Wait, no, that's not a reminder. Remind me tomorrow. Shell guys on ceiling so that they fall and be nightmarish. Does that work in 3D world? See if it works in 3D world. Okay, bye. Thank you, Siri. Siri added it. Yeah, that seems like the perfect element that a final level could use. Those guys always fuck me up. They probably always fuck other people up, too. That will be difficult, I think. Are they in 3D world? Therein lies the rub. Yeah, I need to be more specific about those fuckers. You should do that. You always forget the ideas. I have a document sometimes I write ideas in. And sometimes I go to that document with an idea, you know? And I go there and find like, oh, there's that same idea that I was just meaning to put in. Like, end the level with a... You remember like maybe a month or two ago, I was like, oh, you know what? I should put the car into that level. I checked my notes. That idea was already in there. I already had that idea like a year ago. And I said, oh, you know, well, what the fuck does it matter what I said? The story is pretty much complete as is. You know, I saw that, I was like, oh, god damn it. I said to myself, well, you know, same mind thinks alike sometimes, I guess. What the fuck?
Oh no!
I wonder, do I have that idea in there? Probably not, right? Let me look in Google Drive for a second. Let me look. Ideas for Playtime Palace. Choice of power-ups. End with Meowser. Get them more power-ups. Have the Extendos blinking block. Not do that. Do Koopas. I forgot about that. Invisible blocks, not gonna do those. And car finale. Nope, no note about that right now. I could make it, but I think the reminder will do just fine. Also, at this point, I can just remind myself by putting a thing into the level itself, and having that be the thing. In fact, you know, I can just do that after we finish this level successfully without dying. I can just put that in there. Good to have notes. It's good to have reminders. Very convenient to have that on the watch. You know, I got an Apple Watch for the first time this year, and it's been very convenient to be able to do that, to be able to look at the weather on the watch, and also to see the time. Apple Watch, it's a pretty good product. I like it. Is Bowser destroying our power-ups ahead of us? That's not good, if so. The Lord Bowser is doing, man laughing. You remember? Y'all remember man laughing? That's, thing that was the namesake of a stream 2 weeks ago? Head and hands man laughing? That was a whole thing. Check out that stream for context. That's right, man laughing. That is indeed. That was a good name for a stream. Very particular to that particular stream. And not any further ones. You made the second half tough as shit? Yeah, you did. You did, didn't you? The auto-scroll really helps. How about another card? I've been playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I don't know who Man Laughing is. I'm sure it's a real person. The emote has existed before when AI generated things were there. The Bowser is on a cloud, like a Lakitu cloud shard. Believe that is the setup. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. That is the second RPG Like a Dragon game. If you don't know that series, it used to be called Yakuza, if that helps. But it's the one where they go to.
Oh no!
It's the one where they go to it's the one where they go to Hawaii, and you know, basically, Hawaii is pretty cool, I guess. I'll say I'm still very early on. I am finding it hard to push through in a way that's making me think about, like, whether it makes my top 10 of the year. I had a really strong first impression. The first chunk of it was really good. Had some really funny stuff, and I'll say Hawaii is really cool, but there is something about that Like a Dragon structure which makes for a experience that is hard to push through, I find. And I always find, like, when I play a Like a Dragon game, or Judgments, or whatever, you know, some spin-offs. God damn it, that's my power-up. The lack of the power-up here is the difficult thing. I always find that, pacing-wise, it's difficult. If that makes sense. The way that Like a Dragon works is that there's chapters, right? And each chapter you sort of run around for a while.
Oh,
Damn it,
no.
wow, fuck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the Twitch emotes that are faces are real people, yeah. Streamers, in particular.
No.
Of some notoriety, perhaps, when the global emotes were chosen. Yes. I don't know who they are. I couldn't tell you that. I just know that they're real. And, you know, like I said, yeah. Predates generated images. You wonder who was Kappa. I might have heard who Kappa was at some point. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different emote. Who could say? I'm feeling some fatigue with Like a Dragon. In particular because every sort of chapter so far has, I'm like 10 hours in, has like the same cadence to it, right?
Oh, no.
Like you start out, it says, you start out, and you have to run around for a while, talking to people, doing like some, just going to the waypoint and seeing a cutscene. And then eventually you got like a point of no return, and like a big knockout, drag-out series of fights that last, no kidding, somewhere around like an hour and a half each time. There is such a thing. I feel like I'm okay with this sort of gauntlet at like the end of a game. You know, like the last act of Metaphor, for instance, is very much just like this, but as far as like this early on, like 10 hours in, just to have to knuckle down multiple times in a row already, AI commercials are bad, if you're wondering. There's my opinion on that. I just feel a lot of fatigue, and a lot of like, okay, well, you know, I feel like it's funny, me saying that this game is taking too long to start up, and I do feel like that, you know, I haven't gotten to the class system yet, 10 hours in, 4 chapters, 3-4 chapters in, however many chapters in. I haven't gotten to the class system yet. I haven't gotten to this, I haven't gotten to that, but, you know, same with Metaphor. Metaphor takes like 6 to 10 hours to start up. And that I had no problem with. That I was willing to push through. And I think the difference kind of comes down to just pacing. And just like, you know, good solid dungeons, a bigger variety of like things happening in the first parts. And like, yeah, I do think that the basic pacing of like dungeon, plot, weird plot twists, semi-mini dungeon, then big old dungeon that you have to time manage during. Somehow that pacing just works a lot better in Metaphor, where I'm just always wanting to see the next thing and wanting to push forward, where in Yakuza, every time I get to the end of the chapter, it's just like, okay, I need like a week off. I need like a week off to take a breather and, you know, relax a fair bit. Hard as hell, Lord Bowser. The fact that your power-up can be eaten at the midpoint, that's, I feel like, the cause of the difficulty here. If you always just had a fire flower out there just for free, that might make this a lot easier. I mean, obviously it would, but I think it might fix any perceived difficulty things here. Also, yeah, I've taken a hit now, so I need that power-up.
Oh no!
It's right under the goddamn pipe, too. Christ. Like, if you want to get it quickly before... Timer's up, by the way, so yeah, 5 tries now. If you want to get it before it's destroyed, get to it quickly. You gotta get in fast, but if you get in fast, those fireball is just gonna be dumped on your head.
Oh no!
5 tries, let's do it. I will say, I have been told of Infinite Wealth that there are dungeons later on that are more like dungeon style and not just big raids and big, like, final confrontation type things, but man, I am already fatigued and already just, you know, I finished it like a few days ago, the last chapter that I was on. I haven't gone back in for another chapter since then, and probably won't for a bit. I don't know, I am on vacation now, so 80-hour RPGs, this is the time to do them, I guess, while I am off work and I don't have anything else to do. See, it breaks by the time you get over here.
Oh no!
Screwed up, man. My God.
Oh no!
That was a really fast life, but nah, I can't complain. That was a fair death. This is the last try, so not off to a great start so far. Not off to a great start. I want to run through as soon as possible. Upcoming room. Or upcoming little, I say room.
Oh,
Fuck!
no.
Okay, not that far ahead. Oh, damn. That's a tough one. What's the clear rate on that, Lord Bowser? Oh, well, I guess we can't see because this is a super world and all. Thank you for the level. I'm going to go ahead and hit dismiss. And, let me hit Lost and bring up the next one. Ratchet Toad, who was just chatting in chat. Perfect, is present. Lovely. bring up another card and talk about what's on it, though. I have been playing a little bit of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Got past where I was last week, but I'm still not very far in the game. I just beat Rome. I just beat the Vatican, and got past that whole sequence. And I don't know. I think there was a moment in the Vatican at the very end where it gets a little more actiony, or where you get access to guns. And I realized that the guns are bad, and that this wasn't going to suddenly open up and be like, okay, well, you know, we're done with stealth now. Now it's time to be guns out. Here's a gun. It's like, no. You still have very little health. You still have... The guns, they are temporary. You don't, like, keep them once you get it. You've heard the story in game is better than the recent movie. I would say it's, like, on par so far with that recent movie. It's, like, Indiana Jones shaped. It's pretty much just classic Indiana Jones in a somewhat forgettable shell, like the last movie. Yeah, I would put them on the same tier story-wise. I do feel like with that and the fact that the stealth is just kind of just, you know, sneaking around, just sort of like being all like, ooh, I'm just walking over here, I'm ducking under here. It's not really there's much. It's not like there's that much to it, and also you need a weapon to like knock dudes out. It's kind of awkward. Also, the fist fighting is really bad. Like you just have to punch them, and then you run out of stamina, so you're like, and I don't know, man. I don't remember the part of Indiana Jones where Indiana Jones like punched some Nazis, and then was like, hoof. I'm all fatigued. I can't punch no more Nazis. I guess there was the part where he punches the big guy, and then he's like, big guy tough. That's different, though. Punching normal people, Indiana Jones should just be able to just, you know, swagger through, I think. I don't know. I'm not quite feeling it at this point, I'll say, is my main takeaway so far. Let's play this level. I'm not really feeling it so far, and I'll say, like with Infinite Wealth, I haven't really played it that much all week. The last time I played it was over the weekend, last weekend, but like with Infinite Wealth, I do have time off. Weird first thing there. I do have time off, so I might play some more of it, get deeper in. I've heard that some people warm up on the game as it goes on, but I've also heard the opposite. I've heard people say like, oh yeah, Rome is the best sandbox, and the rest are just like, you know, Rome has a lot more historically cool stuff around it. The Vatican than, you know, the second place or the third location are things that I've heard about Indiana Jones. Still free on Game Pass, so no harm, no foul. Not like I regret starting it, not like I regret trying it. It's all fine and good. What are we doing here? I thought the recent movie was pretty good. The last Indiana Jones movie. I mean, I thought it was a little long. The pacing wasn't especially great, honestly, but it was like a competent Indiana Jones story, which there hasn't been one of those in like forever. You know, since before I was born, really. When was the last one? Or not the last one, the third one. When was Last Crusade? Which coincidentally was the last Crusade. Timeline-wise. And you know what I mean. I'm just... the third to last movie. You know, you understood. They didn't explain that. Was that before I was born, or was that like 90s? Either way, you know, pretty much the last really fantastic Indiana Jones movie kind of literally predates me. If not like fully, then if not literally, then at least I wasn't conscious. I was a baby or something. I remember this one. I feel like we've seen this one before. I didn't finish this one, right? It was uncompleted. There we go. You didn't finish it. Okay, cool. Let's do it this time. Oh, this room confused me at the time, didn't it? This area. I remember being very confused about this part. Boom. That's very cool. Okay. Because I went through this pipe. Oh! There's a pipe in the ceiling. There's a pipe in the ceiling. That's gonna be the way out. This is very cute, though. Didn't notice that pipe up there last time. It was during the lightning round or something. I died too many times. You know how it is. Or, you know what, you were AFK, so I had 2 tries. That must have been the case. I mean, this level's not too hard. So, yeah. Well, it's kind of easy. Bad luck. Bad luck, what's this fuck? That was a very cheesable fight. I liked it. I liked how cheesable it was. Fuck that boom boom. He can pound sand. Very cool little level there, Ratchet Toad. Liked it a lot. Hit complete. And bring up the next one. Ooh, little stuffy. Little stuffy. Triscade is here, and Triscade is up. Perfect. How about another card? Is this a game that I'm feeling better about? Yes, it is. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. I'll say, in fact, the game I played most this week is Marvel Rivals. I played a little bit like most nights. I'm getting more characters down. I'm starting to understand like more of their kits. The first time, like, I played it for the first time, like, a week ago. Yesterday? Was it a week ago yesterday, or was it 2 weeks ago? Either way, I've been, continuing to plug. I think it's been 2 weeks. I think it's been 2 weeks now since I started it, and, it's fun. It's good. I'm getting more of the heroes down, realizing which ones are strong and which ones are not. I realized how to play Loki, I think. That's been like the biggest development over the last week. I decoded the setup of Loki. He basically just sets up like illusions of himself, and when you shoot, all the illusions shoot where you're pointing. So they're sort of function a little bit like turrets, a little bit more like they double your damage and healing output. Oh, also I realized that his like main attack heals other allies when you shoot them. I didn't realize that. I just thought his shift, for the first, like, couple times I played him, I just thought his shift was his only healing. In retrospect, it was funny that I was trying to understand, like, how does he work as a healer if the shift is the only thing, and it's not, so there you go. Yeah, it's a reskin of Overwatch, then yes, if it it'll be on Switch too. Yeah, it's on Xbox and PlayStation. It'll be on Switch too, I think. Probably too much for Switch 1 to handle at this point, but Switch 2, they gotta be speccing that thing to handle like a Marvel Rivals. I gotta imagine. So yeah, Loki's pretty cool. I think I really enjoy Loki as far as healers go. Actually, Loki and the Mantis girl. Once you realize with Mantis, all you need to worry about is giving health with right click and shooting with left click, and maybe you can put someone to sleep with shift. And actually, E and F both give buffs. Actually, it's quite a lot with Mantis. It is still quite a lot, and I do forget about the sleep, but you kind of just need to focus on healing and shooting, and if you just do those two things as Mantis, you're doing all right. I like her. I like the fist guy, the punchy guy, who I was surprised to learn was not Luke. What was the fuck? Luke was not Shang-Chi. He was a different guy. Iron Fist. Different fella. I was surprised to realize that. I thought they were the same fella. The thing I like about Loki is that if you just stand still, you kind of just look like one of your clones, and you can you know, just like shoot at people without anyone realizing you're a human. I think that's just really fun to just like sneakily. This might be an auto. No, definitely not. Kind of has like auto vibes to it though. At least this part is pretty automatic. It's not an auto, right? Yes, it's not an auto. No mention of auto in the title. Is there... Oh, it does say auto scroll, but not auto Mario. So, you know, there you have it. What is this music? Opus and CM7. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but okay. Yeah, so really enjoying Marvel Rivals. I do think that some characters just really haven't clicked with me. Trying to think of an example. Most of the tanks, I haven't really been able to figure out like how to make them effective. But I'm learning Thor. I do like Groot well enough. I don't get Captain America. I don't get I don't quite have the hang of Doctor Strange. Title read counter 3. Yeah, I don't always read the title properly. I don't really got a good Jeff so far. That's the most popular support in the game. As far as damages go, I think Squirrel Girl is definitely my favorite. I love her grenade, and she can get out of dodge with her big jump. I think that's plenty nice. I think that's very nice. Squirrel Girl is a quality character. She's definitely the one I go to when I need to win. And when I want to really, for sure, win. Who else is good? I'm trying to make... I like the idea of Winter Soldier a lot. I'm trying to make him work. There's so many characters in that game. Obviously, Hela is really good. She is just very strong, and can't go wrong with her. You just got some pizza? Fantastic. That's great. Any of y'all been playing the Marvel Rivals? What characters do y'all like? I hope they add more tanks and supports. The game kind of needs, low-key, more tanks and supports. I think Star-Lord's pretty cool. I figured out how to play him properly. It's kind of cool that he can just do like a big AoE just on a cooldown. Just like hit a bunch of guys near him. flying around with him is cool. I like Scarlet Witch as like an anti, whenever I see a Iron Man, I play it's a squad. It's not a battle royale, by the way. It's a it's a class-based shooter. Different genre, really. But I understand not being into those. That's fine. Hey, what are you gonna do? There's a lot of stuff I'm not into either. It's like Overwatch. It's a reskin of Overwatch. I say reskin. Reskin is the wrong word. I'll say I think it's the most successful Overwatch clone that there's been since Overwatch. And, I appreciate them saying things like, yeah, we're not gonna fucking do roll lock. Fuck that shit. They recognize that that was like the death of Overwatch 1. That was like the start of the decline of that game when roll lock was, roll Q was implemented. People should be free to play whatever hero they want. Even if it doesn't make sense, even if there's already 3 assassins already. You play Apex? Gotcha. Support is the best class there? Gotcha. I do keep messing that up, that's true. I don't know, like, which side to be on. I guess on the right side. I just hope they put in mystery heroes before too long, because that's my favorite mode in Overwatch, and I just want to play mystery heroes. I just want to play random heroes. Exit the... You think I should exit the bones? Oh. I was thinking I could jump on top of the... I was thinking I could do this. Whoa, wait. Can I not do that? Do I have to exit it? Oh, well, it's not Squink's level, so Squink wouldn't know 100% for sure. Exits? Triskade says okay, well, Triskade says exits. I gotta exit. I thought it was just, like, jump on the thing. And that's what I've been trying to do. I was a little put off at first as far as, like, how many heroes are in the game so far. But honestly, having, like, 30 characters I can play, 30 characters I can mess around with, has just been, has turned out to be nice. Turned out to be really nice, and to have helped... And to help, like, with variety, and help to, like, make it interesting to play night in, night out. The MCC judges are very averse to indicators. Gotcha. So this was for, like, a competition, then. I don't know about MCC. MMC. There's a lot of, like... Apparently there's a lot of, like, Mario Maker scenes that I just don't know too much about. Oh, I see. I go where the thwomp... I need to go behind the thwomp. See you later, Proto-Ban. You have a good one. I understand. It's, some of these levels, they're long. Celebration events. Oh, like the anniversary thing. It's the next gen of Year of Mario Maker. Is that on the New Year's? Wouldn't it be on the release date of Mario Maker 1 or 2? It's fine. You know, if people want to celebrate, that's fine. I do think it's weird if you're celebrating an anniversary, and if you go for longer than 1 day. You know? I feel like, okay, well, an anniversary lasts a day, so jot that down. But, maybe that's silly to, poo-poo something that's just for fun. It should have been in September? Yes. That is, how calendars work. Team Music was so popular they decided to hold it off. Gotcha, so they just needed more time? I mean, Team Music could have just waited for year 10 then. The levels that are being released now could be for 10 instead, and hell, that's more auspicious even. 10 is a lot more auspicious than 9. I don't know where y'all organize all this stuff. If it's not on Reddit. Is it just like over Twitter, over various Discords? What's the deal with all these teams? Where do they congregate? Discord? Shadow Realm. I've been rather unplugged from, like, maybe the greater Mario Maker scene, I guess. Except insofar as, like, what I get as, like, a window. What pops up during my own streams, you know? It's fine. You know. I have a good time. That's what matters. Okay! Invisible block. Invisible block. I read your message. That Shadow Realm, it wasn't Jinx. It's not a Jinx situation. It's me reading the message out loud. That's different from Jinx. I didn't spontaneously say that. I read the message. Let no one think that, you know, a lot of times when I'm saying things, I'm reading chat. You know, I don't mean to steal valor here. It's not... not every time I'm coming up with, like, an original thing to say. Sometimes that's just what chat said. No valor stolen. This is sick. This is great. This kicks ass. Oh boy, we need a thing to get through. Okay, so do we need the red coins then? Yeah, it's pretty chill. It's pretty cool. What's another word for, like, chill insofar as music goes? Is chill a good description of this song? Secret area. Okay. We need to, like, boogie here. We're also really close to being out of life, so keep that in mind. Marvel Rivals, really enjoying it. Really having a great time with it. Oopsie daisy. It's really relaxing. Yeah, I could see that's a good way to describe it. Has good vibes, perhaps. Ooh. Difficult level. You know what? The timer's only up after this one, so let's, we'll do this try and then we'll set the timer. Or, well, five tries, you understand. Damn it. Okay, end timer, 5 tries. Let's go. Ugh. Any other characters I want to shout out as far as Marvel Rivals go? I think Punisher is just like, you can't go wrong with him. Iron Man is kind of fun, probably the best flying hero. Definitely the best flying hero is him. I have a lot of hope for Winter Soldier. I feel like Winter Soldier is one that's just very fun. Trying to think of other characters. I mentioned Squirrel Girl. I mentioned Groot. I mentioned Loki and Mantis. Trying to learn Thor and get him down. He has, he should be pretty cool. Oh god. Did I need to jump off that? I think I needed to jump off that. Jeff, I haven't really vibed with Jeff. I haven't really connected with Jeff. But he's like really popular, generally. There's so many characters and so many assassins, it's hard to remember them all, really. Not sure you can even make that jump if you spin jump. Can you make that jump if you spin jump? This is the last try. Let's see if we can, do it. Spin to win? Okay. Spin to win indeed. Ah, we were too late on that, but yeah, we could make it spin-wise. Thank you for the level. That's as many tries as we can do. Really goddamn good. Let me hit lost. Bring up the next one. Corn. Corn is up. Corn, go ahead and confirm YouTube or Twitch, whichever one you want to do. It's either way is fine by me. Just know that you are up. Here's another card. I've been playing Pokemon TCG Pocket, the simplified trading card game version of the Pokemon TCG that's on phones and is very like solidly done. We're having a great time enjoying that. They just put out the new expansion the other day, and that's just been a goddamn good time. Really enjoying that new expansion, the new cards. I'll say it's kind of slow going up front, even if you save up a good amount of arrow glasses, like over the course of the previous week. You still can only unpack like 10 packs, and you know, with 10 packs, you're not gonna get that really good Cerebi. You're not gonna get that really good Serpenter. There's a lot of cards you're just not gonna get like right off the top. Serpenter or like all the pieces that are required to get to Serpenter, as far as like pre-evolutions. But there's some cool stuff happening. I think it's great that the meta is shifting, and I have been able to get Leaf, for instance, and Leaf alone is a pretty big change. Leaf allows you to retreat, reduces the cost of retreats by 2, but is a trainer card, so, you know, you can't use... is a supporter, so you can't use another supporter in the same turn, so it's a little bit worse in some ways than X-Speed, but also a little bit better in other ways, insofar as you know... You can't use, like, a Professor draw card during that turn, but yeah. I'll say, I have, you know, I have here... You know what I'm saying? I have saved up some, Can you see that? Can you see that? Hang on. Let me, make myself bigger. I have saved up... Actually, I won't. I won't do that. I have saved up some... You can't really see right now, can you? I have saved up some packs. And I thought I could pull them on stream. This is a little screwy, though. It's a little small. Even if I make myself bigger, it's not quite big enough, is it? You know what? Let me try something. I'm gonna take my phone. I'm gonna just get it really close to the camera. Okay? Ready, go! Yeah, there we go. It's now on screen. I'm just holding it. I'm just holding it there. How about I unpack some packs? Isn't technology great? I set this up yesterday, by the way, if you're wondering. Set this up yesterday. Thought it'd be a good idea to have the option to show my phone on screen, and took a little bit of doing, but seems to be working. I hope you enjoy the very silly cutout, the very silly like thing I put around it. Which pack do we want? Which pack do we want? I don't see anyone that's upside down. That's typically what I look for. So let's do this one. Nothing. I need a second one of those, so that's good. Okay, one card that's notable. Fantastic. I also have, I have, I have a bunch of hourglasses saved up, so let's just pop a bunch of them and open up a few more, if that sounds good. I have the sound off, by the way. We could be able to hear the in-game volume, but I usually mute it. I did test. That seemed to work. Though I don't know if it's too loud or not. It might be too loud right now if I were to unmute it right now, but, you know, worth noting. Come on. I think I already have 2 Vaporeons. I think I already have 2 Vaporeons. 2 of that new Vaporeon, so that's not anything there. Let's pull one more. I really like in this game that it seems pretty content to let you not play it as a video game if you don't want to. Like, if you just want to open up a pack, open up your free pack in a day, and get your dailies done, you don't even have to do a match to do that. You can just do it by do your dailies by doing some side stuff and opening up packs and doing the wonder picks. And that's honestly pretty rad. Nothing yet. Nothing good yet. I have enough for one more. Let's see. My understanding, by the way, is that all these packs have different things in them. So, you can, in theory, get a better pack if you pick good, but really, how would you be able to know? Nothing. Nothing. Bubkiss. Bubkiss. What are you gonna do? Sometimes that's what happens. I don't have enough, like, of those silly points to... Let's see now. Theme collections. Collect 3 blue cards. Okay. 3 cards with the character blue on them. Sure. I don't have, like, don't have enough of those transgender tokens to get the, to get any more hourglasses, right? No. No. Guess that's all that she wrote. Well, hey, it's nice to have that option. Also, I could do things like show other things, like, hey, this is what, if you're ever curious, this is what it looks like when I'm managing the warp world on my phone. You know, I have these big buttons for one lost, ban, and remove, and if I ever accidentally hit ban, that's why. Because it's right fucking there, right under the lost button. Isn't that interesting? Pull that down again. You can also see, like, here's also, hey, if you're curious ever, how, conversation cards are written. Here's how I list them out. You can see there, I put in, like, I put in the color coding, and also, you know, the basic order of them. And if ever I want to be like, okay, well, I should, talk about the live service games together, I can move them around, and, you know, that helps me to have them in order before I actually make them in, like, paint.net. And you can see there we have a lot to cover tonight. Quite a few. Yeah. Let me get that down. I definitely want to make sure to have it down before I switch apps, just so I can make sure absolutely not anything sensitive were to appear on screen. That gotta be careful about that. You know what I mean? Good tries, yeah. Good tries. Hey, you know, you can't be a winner every pack or every 3 packs. I hope to get Cerebi. I hope to get... I want to be able to do that Cerebi Serpenter deck, which I guess I should explain what the deck is, what the cards are. Corn, we played this one, so let me find one that I haven't played, if that sounds good. Corn hasn't confirmed this whole time, has he? Well, sudden death it is then. Have we played every level here? Might have played every level from you, Corn. In which case, I guess we do the super world? Just start from the start on the super world. Yeah, I guess we have. Well, we're in the middle of the super world, so we'll start from wherever we are in the super world. Perfect, okay. So the card Serpenter, whatever that Pokemon is called, its effect basically doubles every grass energy. Every grass energy on a grass Pokemon counts for double. And what Cerebi does is it flips 1 coin for every grass energy that you have attached to it. So, and does 50 damage for every heads. So, yeah, if you put like four energy on this guy, you put like 2 energy on this guy, and then you double it with Serpenter, and all of a sudden you're doing like 4 coin flips and possibly up to like 200 damage if you get very, very lucky. You know, the next turn you put another energy on that motherfucker, and suddenly you're at like 8 coin flips or some shit. You know, it gets out of fucking control. It's arguably the best deck right now. Other cards that are really big, it would be like Drudgeon, which I do have. I do have Drudgeon.
Oh no!
The new Drudgeon, which is a dragon that is mostly being used just for a shield. Just so that when you play Drudgeon, it soaks damage, and whenever it takes damage, it does like 20 damage back, which is pretty damn good for a Pokemon you don't intend to like actually attack with. Kind of makes Snorlax obsolete and other big ones. You wish Drudgeon was better in the game? Oh, I think he's pretty strong. People are running him, even in decks that don't have the elements that are required to fuck me.
Oh,
Those fires were pretty hard to get around, huh? Without even the they're running him in decks that don't even have the stuff to turn him on. I want to do a Drudgeon deck. That's one of my decks right now is a Drudgeon deck, but it's currently Greninja, better in the games. Oh, okay, in the actual games. Gotcha. Right now I'm running Greninja and Charizard, and I think I should switch that to Rapidash. I think it should be the fire type should be Rapidash there. But regardless, it's pretty cool. I'm happy to have new stuff, and I hope there's a bigger expansion sometime soon. Though the first week is kind of awkward because I don't, I did spend a little money. I spent like $3 to get like a couple more draws on the first night, a couple more packs, but I don't want to spend like $10. I don't want to go too far in. I want to sort of like, base myself, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Corn. That's all we can do unless Corn says something, and Corn has not said something, so let's move on to the next person. Barnstorm R. Barnstormer. We are a lot later than we usually are before the lightning round starts, but again, we got a ton of cards. I want to get through the holiday cards before we do the lightning round. And we were just looking at the oh, that's not it. Get that down. We were just looking at the list. You can see there that we got one more game and then 6 more cards until the anime block, which I'm thinking will mark the start of the lightning round. So, yeah, quite a bit ahead of us. Get that phone down. Jesus. Gotta be more careful. Let me look. Yeah, there's nothing sensitive on that on that page on my home screen. Nothing ridiculous at all. Good, okay. Nothing to worry about there. You know, I do have one application on one of the home screens that's like, you know, kind of refers to, you know, has like company initials in it. So I gotta be cognizant a little bit. I gotta be cognizant. Careful. You know what I mean? Oh, that's lovely, Chard. Yeah, I guess if you come later on in the night, generally you will end up in the lightning round. And usually around like 8 o'clock, we've been getting there. But again, we're gonna go late tonight. Jeez. Oh, let's do another card, by the way. I've been playing Kaze and the Wild Mass. The last game that I've been playing. I was talking about it earlier. Since I finished the Donkey Kong Land games when they were coming out on Game Boy Online, I was in the mood for more Donkey Kong Country-like shit. And Kaze is an indie DKC-like that has, you know, 4 worlds that are all pretty damn good. And some pretty damn good level design and some pretty damn good field design. And it has DKC2 style bonus games, including literal green banana bonuses. It's, I'll say, if you love DKC, check out Kaze. It's the best indie DKC that I know of. And I've been replaying it, doing like 100% style, where for 100%, you do the 2 bonuses. You do like 100 banana equivalents. That's another one. You do no damage per each level, and there's a speed run as well. There's a time attack that makes like a 4th collectible in each level that you can do. And I've been going through getting all of those whilst doing other things, you know, as like a podcast game, which has been a lot of fun. And, you know, definitely makes me think about, like I said earlier, you know, definitely makes me think about, this is Ace of Spades. I know this song. Definitely makes me think about, like, how I would make a game like Kaze. And, you know, if I were to say, like, more specifically, I feel like Kaze is as good as a DKC like has been, and yet that wasn't good enough. You know, it wasn't like it was a Pizza Tower style success. Like, it's pretty obscure. I do wonder what more could be done to make I do wonder what more could be done to make a Kaze-like game, and, you know, I have some ideas that I'll probably never do, because I'm too busy for such things. I don't have time to make my own video game, not really. Barely have enough time to make a super world over the course of 3 years, 4 years. Barely have time to make a super world over the course of 3 or 4 years. A whole video game? Well, I guess if a super world is basically a video game in length, then I have done enough. I have proven that I can make that much stuff, but I feel like it's a lot different starting from scratch, you know? Obviously, it's much different starting from scratch. This is very well choreographed, holy shit, Barnstormer. And fairly intuitive as well. I'm gonna ignore the coins. Okay. Probably be there this time. Hopefully. We'll see. There are a lot of people in queue tonight. I appreciate it. I'm glad. Always afraid of like a slow stream. I don't know. Last December was a bit slow. For I don't know why. I figured maybe people were traveling, things of that nature. But maybe it was just coincidence. Who knows? Who can say? Coins are just bonus. Cool, good. How about another card? Mind if I do another one? I got the next 2 weeks, aka time off. I mentioned up top that I got the time off for the next 2 weeks, and I am really excited. It's been a while since I had a vacation, and you know, the last vacation I had was 3 weeks of traveling around a foreign country. You know, it is a great vacation, but it is also a big to-do. And I haven't really had like the kind of time off where you just relax and do nothing since starting this job. You know, since like the beginning of last year. At the beginning of the year. Hey Bukado, what's up? So I'm really looking forward to just relaxing and chilling out, and you know, I'll say there will be some streams. We'll talk about those like, you know, next. I also intend to like try to catch up on whoops. I messed up there. I intend to try to catch up on like some things that have been backed up, like you know, I like to go through old streams and clip them up. This is a great time to just spend some afternoons just like clipping up like a half dozen streams, and then you know, I'll be more cut up. Not entirely cut up, like most streams of this year are just like entirely unclipped. It's not great. But, you know, this is a great chance to finally catch up on things and to clean the apartment a little better. I might even go out for a walk. I don't know. 2 weeks is really not that long for what it's worth. You know, it's probably gonna be over before you know it. And, all that, but... And also, you know, some of those days are going to be pretty busy with Christmas and New Year's and the whole nine. Not that I'm really doing anything for New Year's, but new territory, new territory. Ooh, ooh. Not that I'm really doing anything for New Year's, but, you know, still, it's an important day. Next year is going to be different. Next year, you know, I'm not going to do a 3-week trip to Japan. So instead, I'm going to do like a regular holiday schedule. You know what I mean? I'm going to take Thanksgiving week off. All of it. I'm going to take the Xmas week off and New Year's as well next year. I'm going to have a 1-week summer vacation. I didn't have a summer vacation this year because like I said, saving up for the Japan trip, saving up all those PTO days. I'm hopefully going to go to Epic Universe. I'm hopefully going to go to I would like to go to what's it called, the theme park that's in Cedar Point. I would like to go to Cedar Point next year for the first time. Never been to Cedar Point. I have a lot of ideas for next year. And they're mostly smaller things. Mostly things that won't require, like, concerted effort. Which will be a bit of fun. Are you typically a fan of the musicians at Times Square on New Year's? I don't really listen to that much music, I'll say. I haven't listened to, like, current music in a while. I listen to anime music. I like anime OPs and EDs. And, you know, that's probably, like, the only new music, quote-unquote, I'm exposed to. Some video game music, I guess, you know, like, hey, I've been listening to Metaphor and Persona 3 soundtrack for the last year. Oh my god, that was, so close to being hell of a save there. And it's gone. Hope y'all are having similar 2-week vacations around this time. You know, I think that for middle class, for the middle class, the end of December is a time for doing nothing, you know what I mean? And just relaxing a little bit. And honestly, even the week before is pretty chill. I'll say, like, as far as this week goes, it was the most chill week of work that I've had in a while. And you know, since pretty much the start of the year, and that's just nice. You know, what with holiday parties and you know, just having a few last things to take care of before being out for, you know, basically everyone being out for a while. Just comes with the territory, just comes with the thing. FMA music is the most consistently solid OPs. Yeah, I just rewatched FMAB, so I will say the random sound insert song, To Be King. I have listened to that one a bit. I like that scene where Armstrong does a thing, and that song starts playing, and it's just the most badass shit ever. I like to listen to that song and think about that, as well as Ling being very cool and getting up to nonsense. I say nonsense. You know, doing some action stuff. It's exciting. It's good. I will say, like, part of me is a little bit apoplectic about, like, you know, 2 weeks, a couple streams a week. They'll fly by before I know it. Just like focusing on streaming, right? So I feel like I really gotta enjoy every day that's not a stream day and make sure that I see you later, Lord Bowser. I don't know if you were still in there. Were you still in there? You have a good one. I guess, you know, we probably were. We were at 12 before you left, so yeah, whatever. I will say, I have done vacations before where I streamed every day. You know, like, one random, like, my first 4th of July week, I streamed every day during that whole week off. And I did find that to be really, really, like, what's the word? Stressful. Like, having to think about the next day's stream every day. I prefer to have at least 1 day buffer, usually, between each stream, so I can have a day to decompress. I say that, sometimes I do a Thursday into a Friday. That, once a week is fine as far as, like, 2 in a row, but 3, forget about it. That's just, hitting the limits of fatigue, even if I'm not working. That said, I do have ideas, don't get me wrong. We'll talk about that in a bit. But mostly I intend to enjoy my time off. I intend to relax. If you do back-to-back days, you should pick a really chill game. Oh, I'll say, like, in just about every case where I've done back-to-back streams, I've always done, like, different things on each day. I've had it be a variety thing, right? We're like, okay, today I'm doing this, tomorrow I'm doing that, you know? Just to mix it up and keep things nice and loose. Timer's up. Maybe we won't need it, though. This run is going quite well. Okay, end the timer, get up to tries. 5 tries, let's go. Oh, a really chill game for every other game. Gotcha, right. That's, yeah, that would be a good part of it, but then again, I don't know. I do feel like sometimes if I just pick, like, a more obscure game, that just means a stream where less people will tune in because, you know, they... You know, who's heard of Sound Shapes, for instance? I will say, I do want to do sound shapes at some point as a full stream. Just a random revisit. Maybe that could be a thing. I'll say, like, I haven't, like, solidized. I don't have, like, solid plans for New Year's week yet, so let me think about what I want to do that week. And maybe we'll, you know, I'll get back to y'all and be like, okay, what if I did, like, a bunch of streams on New Year's week? What if I did, like, daily for a bit? And then I took the next week off, like, almost entirely, except for Friday. I mean, honestly, I think I might enjoy taking, the week after New Year's off, just because it's kind of nice to relax a little bit. You know, first day back in the office, I might want to just relax, you know, when I get home. Get back into the swing of things, you know? Who tries left? Hey, pitch shifter. You attended a Fruit Mountain stream? Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I appreciate everyone tuning in, whatever I'm playing. I appreciate the hell out of it. And I do want to have this channel be always whatever I want to do, regardless of whether it makes sense or something I've done before, you know? And hopefully, people are down for that, people are down for whatever. Obviously, Mario Maker, at least far as I can tell, will always be the most popular thing, but, you know, whatever. We did not, clutch it out. No. Sad. Sad. Merry Xmas, the season to be janky. Merry Xmas. Hey, the chemist, how you doing? Thank you for the thing. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. Oh. Right then. Squink is up. Squink just did an emote. Lovely. Okay, cool. How about another card? Planned streams during the holidays. Let me say, as far as actual streams I have actually planned, there are a couple. I can show, like, this schedule here. Here's the plans. I want to do a Monday stream where I do a Game of the Year 2024 prep recap stream. What does that mean? Well, every December, for the last, like, even before I became a streamer, I've revisited the games that I played this year that I really liked, and in order to, like, you know, get them fresh in my memory and help me put a list in order. And for the last 3 years since I became a streamer, I've done that on stream. So yeah, that'll be a stream. I'm thinking it'll be 2 streams this year. I'm hoping to get most of it done in one, that first one. But I also have a second day lined up specifically for UFO 50, because UFO 50 is actually 50 games in one, so it kind of needs its own stream if we are to go through all 50 of those games. It kind of needs its own all-day stream. And also, UFO 50 fucking rules, and I can't believe I haven't had the opportunity to stream it up to this point. I'm sure there'll be a couple other games from that stream that will be and by the way, I don't know if I'll do that UFO 50 on Tuesday or Thursday, but not on Christmas, I'll say that much. Maybe Christmas Eve, maybe Boxing Day, one of those two I'm aiming for right now. As far as the lineup of games that I want to revisit during that, let me see you later, pitch shifter. Let me pull that up. In fact, I can do this and show it. There's the order that I'm thinking. I'm thinking start with Astrobots, then go to Metaphor and Infinite Wealth, the RPG block, then Indiana Jones, Mini Shoot, Zelda and Anton Blast, Penny's Breakout, these games are sort of in the lower tier where I'm not sure if those 5 will make the list. So let's just get those out of the way and show them off and show what they are, and you know, think about them a bit. Then after that, I have Celeste 64, which I really liked. That'll be quick. Marvel Rivals and Pokemon Pocket, those 2 live games have quickly shot up the list, I think, in the last month or so. I didn't play the new Mario Party, no. I'm not the biggest fan of the reboot Mario Parties, though I think they're better than the car Mario Parties. I like the classic ones more. Breakout, I feel like I might be giving it short shrift, so returning to that will be fun to see. You know, hopefully that'll be eye-opening. It'll be like, oh, actually, it's perfectly good as a number 10. But also, I'm not sure if there's room in the list, so we'll see. Then I have written down Balatro, Prince of Persia, Animal Well. Those last 3 games are really high up on the list, and definitely will be worth seeing some of. This is like 14 games plus UFO 50. I'm not sure how that fits into 12 hours, 10, 12 hours, so we'll see. Maybe I will have to split this up amongst multiple streams, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll do what I can. I'll also say, after those Game of the Year recap streams, I really want to do Metroid Prime 3 Randomizer. I'm thinking that'll be sometime New Year's week. Not sure the specific date yet. I guess I'm not really doing anything particular on New Year's, or New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. I could absolutely do a stream then, or the day before, or over the weekend. I'm not really sold on any particular day yet. To be determined, but I'm really excited to try that out. It's been a couple weeks since I got the Wiimotes working with the computer so that I could play those games with motion controls as Nintendo intended. Another music level, let's go. I'm excited about all that. Those are ideas. Those streams are coming up, and I will say they will be long. What the fuck happened there? I guess I need to hold down the button from the start. What is this song? Oh, it's Seinfeld. Seinfeld. Okay, okay. That one's confusing to me, how we interact with it. Try holding down the button, and hopefully that'll give you a full bounce and get off it. Okay. I'm not reading. That's not from chat, by the way. That's just me telling myself to do a thing and then not doing it. Sometimes I just have a thought, and I try to explain to myself, and myself don't listen. Jump off that thing, me. Okay, I'll do that. Here we go. Fuck! Yeah, I figured out that you need to go right. There's kind of no, choice there. We need to go right of the spikes. We need to go right of the spikes. Maybe we need to hold right. Maybe we need to keep holding right. There is a semi-solid there. Oh, it's actually pretty easy. Is this auto? Is this just hold run and you'll be good? This might be hold right. Yeah, okay. Hold right, hold right. Perhaps it shouldn't surprise me that the level creator has better advice than my intuition. It's pretty hold right. They what's that format people say about me that I give hold right? What the fuck? You ever see that? There's like a format where people say I something energy. I give a People say I bring a hold right energy. How the fuck would you phrase that? I've never used that turn of phrase, that mimetic phrase. So I'm bad at it, apparently. Okay, we did want to kill that guy. It was important to kill that guy. Give off hold right energy? I don't think that's quite right. Or sometimes they say, like, just give, and that's it. They give... Instead of give off, they exclude the off. That's, like, the thing that's trendy nowadays. I guess I just feel like Michael Scott, or not Michael Scott, Michael Bluth, when he said, like, you know, you left the off, you left the off. Or, no, he said away. Nelly has blown them all away. When you leave the away off, it kind of sounds like, yeah, Nelly is blowing them all away. That's Arrested Development. Check it out if you haven't seen Arrested Development. Damn good sitcom. One of the last great sitcoms. I'm blinking. I'm just realizing now Arrested Development turns 20 next year. I'm losing my concentration because I'm thinking about the age of Arrested Development. Oh, jeez. Concentrate. Obviously, Seinfeld is a lot older. This level is Seinfeld themed and all. I guess this is a good time to talk about sitcoms, given that it is a Seinfeld level. Like, appropriate. This, that interaction with the thing. Ah! That interaction with the note blocks is pretty amazing there. Where, every time we're running against the wall, the spring sets it up perfectly. It sets itself up perfectly. I didn't know that's... looks so foolproof. The band? Is Arrested Development a band? No, it's a show. It's a sitcom. It was on Fox, and then it came back on Netflix, but never mind that. You only need to watch the original 3 seasons. I think the reboot Arrested Development, that's like Lost. That's like no longer legally available, right? The original version of season 4. They recut it to be in a different order. And, you know, there was a band before the show? Didn't know about that. Huh. Hey, how about another card? Season 4 was trash. I never watched Season 5, neither. But I have seen Season 4. I do think Season 4 has, like, a good joke or two. Like, when Debris was left in the garbage, that was a good turn of phrase. Her name was Debris, and she was left in the garbage. That's, some clever writing there. They named her that just so they could make that joke, I'm sure. Yes, that was the one where each episode was a different character POV, exactly. Here's a card. I got some year-end recap things. Let me show them. Oh man, past me. You chose a bad time. I'm in the middle of a level right now. Can it wait until between levels? Yes, it can. Continue talking about Arrested Development. Okay. I love Arrested Development. You are correct. That was the... when it had, like, different episodes, different POVs. Weird way to do a season. Apparently it was, like, because they couldn't get the whole cast together, so they recorded everyone separately. And, as a result, it's kind of doesn't work as a comedy. I don't know. It was like a COVID season, but like 20 years before COVID. Like, they didn't have a reason to set it up like this other than, like, yeah, the scheduling didn't work out. Oh, come on. How the fuck? This time he was high. Hey, Rock Party, how's it going? He was low the first time, high this time. Arrested Development just, like, forms... I think Arrested Development forms, like... occupies a lot of space in my head in the way that, you know, what's the word? Free real estate, rent-free, etc. You know, like, there's just so many classic bits, and, you know, if I'm thinking about... You know, there's so many classic bits and so many expressions and things in that show that are just, like, the thing, right? Like, dead dove do not eat. Things of that nature. I definitely think too much about, look at Banner Michael. Look at Banner Michael! Family love Michael! Take a look at Banner Michael! That's how it's said. And that's a banner that says family love Michael. It's not even spelt right, you know, it's weird as far as the, verbiage is concerned, you know what I mean? Grammatically weird sign. Okay. Oh, that was so close. Yeah, I don't know how to account for that guy. I guess just watch out for him and dodge when he comes. When he comes at us, I'm not making it better. When he comes our way. Pipe is GG. Okay, get through the pipe. I guess there's no door, so it makes sense. Oh, okay, if we can get through the thing, we don't have to deal with him, okay. The first time I ended up not going through the pipe immediately and taking too much time, and I just thought we had to deal with him before we piped. Excellent. That's a level completed. Was that the first of those 3 music levels that we got through? Tommy, go ahead and confirm. Tommy is up next. Tommy, go ahead and confirm. Thank you for the level, Squink. Hell yeah, good as always. Feel free to get another one in. Everyone, feel free to get in as many in as you like. Night is young. And vacation is started. Does Xmas days of the week affect how time feels off, how its time off feels cadence-wise? Weirdly phrased, but what I'm sort of driving at here is, you ever think about how when Xmas is at the start of the week, you get, like, less of December off, whereas when Xmas is at the end of the week, you get, like, more of December off? You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel... Do you think it's better to get, like, you know, like, oh, I'm on vacation from the 20th on? Or do you think it's better when it's, like, it's more like, oh, I'm on vacation from, like, the 17th or from the 16th, you know, a full, like, 4 or 5 days earlier. Sometimes it feels like. You get less time after the New Year's, though, which, you know, I feel like that feels more normal to just roll right off the New Year's and right back onto work. You know, this year it's gonna be like January 6th getting back to work. That is an extremely long, like, after January 1st, like, time frame, I think, for one of these, like, holidays, but I guess that's just how it is, and, I think it feels kind of weird when it's the other way, you know, when it's a long, when the balance shifts one way or the other. But, I guess it's not that interesting as a conversation. Let's do another one of those Christmas-themed cards. I did a white elephant, like in The Office, Jeez, that card specifically references a sitcom right after we finish with sitcom talk. God damn, what are the chances? White Elephant. It's that thing where everyone brings in a $20 gift, something around $20, and depending, and you know, you open them randomly, and then you can also steal a gift from someone else if you like. Like in that episode of The Office, and I totally forgot that's how it worked because I haven't seen that Office episode in like forever. But as the rules were explained to me on the day, I was like, oh, crap. I kind of just bought a present that maybe anyone would be happy with, reasonably. Thinking it was like a Secret Santa type thing, but nah, it's a little different. There's like a stealing aspect to it, and that stealing aspect, pretty neat. I ended up walking away with this thing, which is a cloud show cadence. It's like a water fountain thing that's also a Bluetooth speaker. Apparently this is $20, which I guess it's kind of neat. Let me make myself bigger so you can see a little better. Neat thing. Provided it is as cool as the box makes it sound. You know, if it just is like a fountain that'll cycle water in a neat way, that sounds kind of cool. I don't really think I really need it, but I figured like they had a rule of like 3 swaps and a present is done. So this was at 2 swaps, and I said, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna lock it in because this one seems like the best thing available. And, you know, I don't know, maybe I'll bring it to my parents, and maybe my parents would have better use of it, in their place. I don't know. I'll show them. And, whatever, man. I think I got a pretty good result. A lot of candles and stuff at the thing. A lot of candles, things of that nature. Whereas, I brought a knit hat with a light in it. Like a light thing in it. Knit hat, like a beanie hat with a light, which is good for going on walks outside at the nights, I think. And, you know, who ended up with it, she was happy with it as a present, said she was going to give it to her son, who likes to bike at night, which I will say, I think, no shade, but you should wear a helmet if you're biking, no matter what. But, whatever. Who am I to question? If it helps, it helps. I don't see Tommy, so let's go ahead and do sudden death. Fun thing. Look forward to doing it again next year. And I think next year I should do a bigger swing. You know, I feel like, you know, after it, I definitely said to everyone, like, yeah, next year, maybe fewer candles, maybe fewer things of that nature. Go crazy with it. More like fun stuff. Only one person brought like what you would describe as a toy. And I do think, you know, especially considering some people do have kids, like, yeah, no, a toy has value, and someone will want a toy. And hell, like a Rubik's Cube, like a twisty puzzle, I think someone would want that as well. Maybe should go more in that direction and less in the just generic direction. But, you know, hey, that's a fun thing that I might do every year if they happen to organize it every year. We'll see, I guess. I will see. You know, the people at my work will see. On my team will see. Assuming that we're all together next year. I mean, I don't know. Maybe teams will be shuffled around by then. Who can say? I don't think it will be, though. I think it'll be... I don't think that's gonna happen, but whatever. Hello, Isaiah Martin. How you doing? We weren't able to do it in 2 tries. Let me take a drink of my drink and give Tommy a second more, and then I'll dismiss. I will say I think that White Elephant is better than Secret Santa, but we need. I think that need to go a little bit wilder on it. Need to go a little more ham, and I also think there needs to be no limit on stealing. No limit on stealing, I think, would be better for White Elephant to have no limits there as far as stealing goes. Let me hit this miss. Bring up the next level. Josh. Josh beat 0-4. I'm gonna hit next so that Josh can know. Believe from the YouTube chat. Go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. Excellent. How many more holiday cards do I have even? Let me check my list here of cards. I did not plan ahead of time. I think I got one more holiday card left. Oh right, there was the recap. I forgot. I had to do the recap. Right, end of year recap. Important. I have these fucking things pre-programmed. What was this one again? Right, that was the Switch 2, but end of year recap things. Hey, I got these end of year recap cards or things, not cards, but like from Nintendo, from like Sony, from like the whole nine. And let's just look at them. First off, I have Xbox here. Apparently the game I played most, it's kind of no surprise, it's Metaphor and Persona 3, the two 80-hour to 100-hour RPGs. Goes without saying that, yeah, those games are long and I spent a long time with them, and also I love them. They're like really high on my list, so, and Persona 3 Reload would be high on the list if remakes could be allowed on my top 10. Also spent a good amount of time with Hollow Knight and Inscription, and there's a couple other games below that, but never you mind. As far as Sony goes, I honestly don't have that much to say. Like, look at that. I played 2 games on my PlayStation 5 this year. The top game is Astrobot. Do you want to know what the second to top game was? It's Astro's Playroom. I played like a little bit of Astro's Playroom while waiting for Astrobot to unlock. That is the second most played game on PlayStation 5 that I played this year. Not a great year for PlayStation. Astrobot excluded, I guess. Whatever. They had like a few live games that failed, and Helldivers, which I probably should have gotten into, but I didn't. I probably should have tried Helldivers, I'll say. Helldivers 2 seems pretty good, but I didn't get into it, and it's too late now, I feel like. Not a lot to say there, so let's just move on to the next one, which is Nintendo. Obviously, Mario Maker. I played the most Mario Maker, just from streaming and things of that nature. Then Rivals of Aether, which I guess I do play idly now and again. And after that was the full playthrough of Mario Odyssey, which was like a big thing on the stream first half of the year. Kind of surprising, I guess, now that I look at it, that I played more Rivals of Aether than that entire Mario Odyssey playthrough. And also more than like any of the new games that came out on Switch this year, like Zelda. I kind of fell off Brothership early, so that makes sense. Nico Dorico is no Kaze. Were there any other notable new games? Balatro. I played a good deal there, also a good deal on my phone. Other than that, though, yeah, I guess there weren't that many brand new Switch games that really get it up. If you want to switch out the course before the level has been played, you have to use the replace command, Isaiah. It's a technical thing. It's just the way that bot works. If you do an add command, again, it's just gonna say like, hey, you're already in there, and your other level is still, you can't do. That's why that is the way it is. Finally, I have Steam here, and yeah, I guess Rivals of Aether is also the top dog on the Steam side as well. I played a lot of Rivals of Aether, though surprisingly, relatively little in the way of Rivals of Aether 2, which doesn't even make the fucking list. The Half-Life 2 playthrough, ends up being the second most played, followed by UFO 50 at third, which I'm kind of surprised that I've not played that much UFO 50, like, time-wise, considering that that was, like, the main game I played whilst traveling to and from Japan, UFO 50, and also a good amount of time while in Japan whenever I had, like, time to play a video game. Kind of funny that it's not higher. And Marvel Rivals, which, you know, I'll say I took this screenshot, like, yesterday, I think, and I played more Marvel Rivals today. It probably passed, UFO 50 by now, honestly. And then Mini Shoot as the last of the of the replay. I mean, I'll admit Marvel Rivals of Aether 2 did have to divide it between the beta and the full release. So jot that down, but still, I think a big thing about that is that I think I think that Rivals of Aether 1 is a lot better still than Rivals of Aether 2. I'm mixing up Marvel Rivals and Rivals of Aether because they both have rivals in their name, duh. That's screwing with my speaking. I will say Rivals of Aether 2. Jesus, Marvel Rivals is really screwing up how I think about Rivals of Aether. Rivals of Aether 2 just announced that Italis was coming to the game in January, so that's good. Keep on releasing those old characters that are good, and maybe and maybe do some tweaking as well, and maybe eventually Rivals 2 will be like as good as Rivals 1. Maybe. Eventually. That's all the recap I have as far as end of the year stuff goes. Let's play this level. I don't see Josh in chat, so it's gonna be sudden death. Also, that was the last of the Xmas holiday related things. Actually, I think I have one more. Looking forward to Xmas. Okay, one last card here. Related to the holidays. Xmas is next week. I am all ready. I have purchased presents. I have wrapped presents. I am ready to go. I'm going to bring them over to my parents' house tomorrow when I come over for dinner, and they will stay there until Christmas Day, on which they will be opened. And yeah, I've gotten a good present for each of my relatives, as well as my brother-in-law, who is related, I guess? He's a relative. In-laws are relatives, right? Anyway, I got a present for him, as well as nephew. First present for nephew, because this is the first Christmas he's been alive for. That's fun. Hopefully that'll go over well. Also, a great big present for the cats. I like to give my dad's cats a gift. Used to give the dogs a gift, but they're dead now, so they don't... No. There's no need for that anymore. That's sad to think about. It's tradition. It's tradition. I've given the dogs a gift forever. Why would not I also give the cats a gift? But at the same time, you know, it is a silly thing, I guess, to do if I think about it. I don't know that we have that much time, but it's 100 seconds, but not hard at all. Okay, cool. Very good. Thank you, Josh. I was a little worried just based on... I guess there was no reason to worry. It is World 9. That is something to worry about, but the clear rate was probably pretty good, right? I did not look at the clear rate, which is like 20%, 23%. Yeah, it's like 1 in 4. Not bad at all. Anyway, really excited for, let me hit complete and bring up the next level. Shard is up next, and I'll tell you what, Shard, we're gonna do this one outside the lightning round. This is gonna be the last level before the lightning round, and then we'll go on to the next. We'll start the lightning round right after. Yeah. That sounds good. Okay. Anyway, it's gonna be a pretty chill Christmas. Just go over, presents, dinner, hanging out, family time. I don't know if, like, extended family is coming. I actually don't know. Maybe extended family will come this year. We did that for Thanksgiving, and it was pretty good. It was pretty nice having, like, you know, like, the aunts and uncles on the other side also there for other side of my, nephew. You know, brother-in-laws, aunts and uncles-in-law. I don't know how you phrase that. The other aunts and uncles of my nephew, having those guys over. Could be a whole, like, combined thing. I don't know what the plan is there, actually. But, I got my gifts ready. They're pretty good. I got a stocking stuffer and, like, one... I'll say it's... I didn't go, like, big, huge for each of the gifts. I went with a $20 to $30 thing for everyone, plus a not inexpensive stocking stuffer. Plus, I got a Kindle for my mom. My mom wanted a Kindle, and she's just going in with my sister on it. So that's sort of a joint present from both of us. The Kindle is. Hoping there'll be a lot below the tree, and, you know, we'll all have a good time opening presents, and, hopefully we'll get some thoughtful shit that is, we'll all unwrap some thoughtful shit that is, you know, practical and, something that each of us would want. I think I got a pretty good selection. I'll say, for what it's worth, if you're curious what I got people, what I got my family members, I will, recount the presents, like, on the Friday stream after Christmas, let me tell you, let me say. But, until then, I'm gonna be like, you know, mum's the word, you know what I mean? That means, don't say anything. I'm not gonna reveal what it is until such time as the gifts are unpacked and unwrapped and, people like them. Oh, and the Kindle is an exception because my ma, she already knows. It was her idea. You'll definitely beat this. You're in the zone. Yes, I am. Definitely in the zone here. I feel like... Let me ask y'all. Do you feel like... Christmas is such a wonderful time of year, right? It's such a wonderful time of year. It's fun shopping for the gifts. It's fun looking forward to the Christmas day. But once it's over, do you ever just feel like, nonplussed? Like, oh man, it's already over. Like, really, we have less than a week until Christmas, and once Christmas happens, it's done. And, you know, it's time then to, like, take down the tree. It's time then to, like, you know, I have, like, Christmas-themed, break music right now. It'll be time, perhaps, to, shut that down and replace it with something just more overall wintry. It's fine, it's fine. Maybe fine keeping that through January. That particular song can hold until, spring, I think. But, you know, a lot of the best parts of the Christmas season, they end. And then, you know, it's just normal time for a while. And back to work. Well, there's New Year's. New Year's is definitely a stay of This is a pun that doesn't work. I was saying like a stay of execution, right? But in my head, I was picturing like Xmas. execution. It doesn't really work. Xmas-acution? Doesn't really work as a pun, does it? Doesn't really work as a pun. Except maybe in writing, and, yeah, just leaving out the X. People will probably think you're thinking about, you're talking about Twitter, the new, the X, the everything platform. New Year's is kind of a stay of execution as far as the Xmas time goes. But, you know, maybe I shouldn't think that way. Maybe now is the time to enjoy the season and to appreciate, oh crap. And to appreciate just, it hasn't even happened yet. It's not even anywhere close to over. It's not even begun. And really, isn't that what Christmas is all about? No. It's about family and crap. I feel like I don't feel that way about any other holiday, you know? When like Halloween ends, it's like, you know, everyone has to put away their spooky stuff, but it's not like sad. It's not like depressing. I guess being 2 weeks of time off, being part and parcel with the deal. Hey Axel, how you doing? Being part and parcel with the holiday deal helps a lot. If not for those 2 weeks, maybe I wouldn't be so attached to the Christmas spirit, the Christmas day. But then again, what I'm saying is that it's over. Xmas itself is over before the vacation is, so, you know, hell, even New Year's Day is over like a week before, like literally 6 days before I gotta go back, you know? It's the best time of year, and I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that it's always bittersweet to see it go. But I'll say, like, in early January, there is AGDQ, which should be very fun. That'll actually be on the last day of my vacation. AGDQ. There'll be AGDQ. There'll be 100 Girlfriends. We'll be starting up. There'll be other new shows that'll be equally exciting. There's a lot of stuff in January to look forward to, but part of me is just, like, reticent to start looking forward to things past the vacation, because I don't like thinking about when the vacation will be over. It's sad. It's just begun. The vacation has begun. Vacation begins is this stream. You know, vacation end, that's later. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Positive, positive. Xmas time, Xmas time. Yeah. Let's go. Thank you for the level chart. That was really nice. We got through in time. Great. I'm hitting complete and bringing up the next level. Folks, it is time now for the next. Folks, it's time now for the next part of the stream. You know what time it is? That's right. It's the lightning round. A lot later than it usually is. Usually it's like at like 8 p.m., which would be like more like an hour in, more like an hour and a half in sometimes. This time went until 9 because I got a lot of cards tonight and I figured we'd be going long anyway, so why not just give y'all more time of day in the section where I give levels more time of day. To explain what the lightning round is, let me explain what the lightning round is. During the lightning round, I will have a limited amount of tries to get through every level that comes my way. A limited amount of tries. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints. And actually, considering that it is the Friday before Christmas, I will give everyone bonus heads tonight. Usually, it would just be for Twitch subs and for the first level of the night. But tonight's let's get festive with it. Let's play up the season. Let's do this thing. Merry bonus heads to you, everyone. The bonus heads, they come in a variety of forms. Some of them are rarer than others, specifically the ones that aren't Mario related. And I will randomize them and then stop it. Waluigi is first. Nice. Free Phyllis Smith. Has Free Phyllis chatted in a minute? Free Phyllis, please confirm. I'm hungry. I'm hungry today. I'm gonna like run and grab like a snack really quickly, and then we'll do the level. Let me just do that real quick, like quick break, and then I'll be back with we'll be back with more. Just long enough for me to go get just going to my pantry real fast. Free Phil Smith confirmed during this time, if you don't mind, or else it'll still be sudden death. 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. That is still in effect if you are not present. Got some chips and some paper towels so I can like get my hands clean. Let's do this. I'll say the cards I have from here on out, most of them have to do with anime. I finished like 11 anime in the last week, and I want to talk a little bit about each one in turn and give a rating, give my final thoughts on each of them. So look forward to that as thing. Also, having an up-to-date stay tuned screen is an awesome detail. Yeah, every stream I rewrite that. It takes a bit of effort to rewrite that bit. Been thinking about making it more specific, so it's specific to the break in question. Like, oh, I'm going to go get a snack, going to the bathroom, etc. But it's probably fine as is. Chips are good, but they're not especially filling, honestly. Haven't had chips in a while. I like Lay's. Lay's is my brand as far as chips go. The green screen is playing merry havoc with the Lay's bag. You can sort of see through it. Ooh. Ghost chips. I also got some Cheetos in there. Decided to get some Cheetos. But I haven't opened those yet. I like Cheetos Puffs, but I don't have it that often. Pretzels are just the best snack because they don't mess up your hands. I think Cheetos are a close second as far as like that sort of comes in a bag like this goes. I don't see free, so let's you can submit another one, Shard, by the way. I don't see let me wrap up this bag. Don't mind the crumply noises. Let's move on to the next one. And do free Phyllis Smith. I don't see, so not nearly very sudden death. I'm getting thrown off here. That's not what it's called. It's very nearly but not quite sudden death. Got some chips in my mouth now. You know, like in the corners of my my cheeks. You know how it is. Oh, this is a platform ride. Ah. Nice, 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 nice. This is pretty straightforward. I kind of wish I had some pretzel rods so I could eat eat one without messing up my hands. That's again, the best snack available. I wanted to have chips as like a, you know, as like a, palate cleanser. Not palate cleanser, but like, you know, change of pace. But pretzel rods, though, I think you can't go wrong with them. I need to go to HEB and get some groceries, I think. Sometime soon. HEB has the best pretzel rods. I don't know what you do if you live in an area where you don't have HEB, because as far as I can tell, hey, there's the end. Cool. As far as I can tell,
Oh yeah, Mario time.
or Snyder's, their pretzel rods have like less salt on them now, and they're not as good as they once were. And the HEB ones, they're nearly as good as as Snyder used to be. So I'd recommend going for those. And if you don't have access, geez, I don't know. One time, Rolled Go did pretzel rods once as like a test thing, as like a part, as like a limited time thing, and they were great, and they never made them again. Sad. Sad. Next up is 06I, who just replaced the level relatively recently. Okay, I'm gonna count that. You get these bonus heads, and the Waluigi was random, so we'll have that be your Waluigi. Fantastic. Let's start into these cards here. These anime cards. I finished 2.5 dimensional seduction. 5 out of 5 with a heart. So 2.5 dimensional seduction is sort of like a dress up darling type show insofar as it's about a cosplay club, basically. Well, an anime club, but you know, they're doing cosplay, and it's a little bit risque as far as the the fan service goes, especially up front. It kind of cools off, honestly, as the show goes on and becomes just more of a supportive rom-com thing where you know, they also do cosplay, and they're also like having a great time, like running around being a whole crew of cosplayers. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. I would put it on the same tier up with Dress Up Darling. By the end of the season, it was a 24 episode season, by the way. By the end of the first season there, it was they got like a whole crew of 4 girls, which you can see in like the art for the show. They got like that whole crew together, and that crew was delightful and full of fun characters that had like good back and forth chemistry. And also they all had good chemistry with the guy who, you know, is the, you know, doing the romance part of the rom-com, I guess. You would say. It's charm. It's charming. It's has tons of hearts and packs a real emotional punch when it wants to do. It's also just really fun and light when that's more the order of the day. I feel like the longer this went, the more I liked it, the better it got, the more I was enjoying it. And, you know, from a place of, I honestly started out a little bit ambivalent about it, a little bit like, yeah, the dude starts off as a little bit of a like incel adjacent type character, and as he grows and as like the relationship between him and his like, you know, underclassman who joins his club and starts dressing skimpily and you know, skimpy cosplay of his favorite character. Once that relationship gets going, it starts cooking, and it gets really good. When the other characters get involved and more characters join the cast, it gets even better. And honestly, I think it's one of the top 10 shows of the year in my book. I'm that hot on it. Goddamn, 2.5 dimensional seduction. Fucking great. Let's play this level. Again, I finished like whole bunch of anime. Whole bunch of anime this week, so like 11 more cards like that. Though I will say I do have some breaks between the sections. I'm thinking sand. Let's go sand. Got some chips between my teeth. Fun. It's fine. I like chip flavor. Super World okay? Did I ask if the Super World was okay? If you have a different idea, let me know, 06i. Whenever is good. Is that audio in sync? Let me just quickly do a just to make sure everything's like in sync. I have a thing where I can mute all the audio and unmute it, and that always just corrects any sort of desync I have found in my experience streaming. Interesting. You gotta like use the high jump to get back up to the point where you can go back down. I think 2.5 dimensional seduction is pretty popular, considering that, like, when I was in Japan, there were, like, a lot of... Oh, crap. There were a lot of, like, anime figurines of the main character from that, which, I mean, I guess that makes sense. She is a cosplayer who dresses in very... I don't want to say appealing, but you know what I mean. She's a cosplayer and a very cute girl. It's the kind of character that people like. You know, the kind of character that would become a fave. And it also helps that it has like a great understanding of like the community, a great like sense of community is built up as you're watching the show. You know, like, they get into the cosplay community, and they find, like, it's just full of really supportive, nice people, and that is rad, and really fun, and feel good. You feel good watching them, like, find their place in the world, and, you know, come of age, as it were. Also, they confirmed a Season 2 already, which I was extremely happy to hear. That's, fucking great. I listen to that noise and think you're gonna break the joystick. Well, can you hear my, my back and forth noise? Looks like you can hear the stick noise a good amount. At least it's showing on the couch mic thing. I wonder if that's... I always wonder about stuff like that, but, you know, over the voice volume, it might not be, under the voice volume and as well as the game volume, it might not be super evident. I have seen some weird cases where the where the mics have started sounding weird. Hopefully they're not sounding weird today. But, what can you do? Make sure that there's not... It's not like coming from the phone or nothing, right? No. I do have the phone capture on, but it's not, I don't think it's, getting the phone audio. Oh, the pop noise! The pop noise. Okay. Gotcha, okay. I was worried that, like, stick noise was picking up. Okay. It's not really. Okay, okay, good. Thank you for level 06i. You rewatched Toilet Bound Hanako for next season? Well, that's I remember that one being good, but I haven't gone back. I didn't like the spin-off series at all, but I did like the original show. I'll definitely be watching that next season, I'll say. Too late now to rewatch it, though. You know. Axel is here. Perfect. Was just talking about the noises. Lovely. Let me randomize those heads. 1, 2, 3. Hit it! Peach. Peach heads. And here's another card. I also finished Acro Trip. 5 out of 5. Here's Acro Trip. It is a very silly little show, but the characters are likable, and it's cute and good. I really liked every part of Acro Trip. Again, the characters are just really solid. The premise of this like really depressed girl coming to the city and realizing like, oh my god, there's a magical girl here. That's awesome. But also realizing like, wait, her rival really sucks. And then getting with that rival, you know, the villain, to like make it so that he can do better schemes. It's just kind of a fun premise and leads to her like you know, going back and forth with the magical girl. I'll say it's not serious at all. Very much like it's the kind of thing where anytime the character is like, there are scenes where like it's raining, right? And they're like, it's kind of not good weather for a fight. We should really cancel the fight. And other times we're like, oh, you know, the magical girl is sad, and the villain is just like, hold up, what's going on? Let's figure this out. Let me help you with that, and then we can do whatever silly fight we wanted to do before. It's kind of just fighting for fighting's sake, and I think it is quite. I thought it was quite fun, quite lighthearted, very silly in a fun way, where you like all the characters and you enjoy every step of the drama as well, when there's any semblance of drama. And there's not usually. It's just a very chill, magical girl show, pretty much. Conceptually, very similar to another show that came out this year, insofar as it's a girl who loves magical girls joining with the villains. But the similarities pretty much end there. It's a very wholesome show, this one. Entirely wholesome, entirely wholesome. And yeah. That pretty much makes it the polar opposite of the other show that has a eerily similar premise. Thank you for the YouTube subscription. Dreamcat, is it? Didn't catch that. Suppose I could look on my phone to see, like, what it is. The name is sort of always behind my my chat, you see. Meow for Dreamcat. That'd be you. Nice. Thank you. Always appreciate a okay, we're fine. This level doesn't look hard. Just relax and get it done. Hey, also thanks for the Twitch follow. I appreciate that as well. I'm on both. Though the best place for VODs, of course, would be the YouTube. Interaction-wise, you know, there's kind of more things on the Twitch side, but that's just Twitch versus YouTube in general. You know, there's no such thing as channel points on the YouTube. And also, I don't have access to memberships on YouTube as well, so, you know, got that down. Why did I try to jump over? That was foolish. This level does not look bad. Let's relax and get it done. I appreciate it. I appreciate any and all follows. Remember, that guy doesn't need to die. We can just leave him. So I might as well leave him. And, not do some business to, like, try to kill him or something. There's no point in that. There's no benefit. Right. Very good. Feel like the on-off probably needs to be the other way. Or else that wouldn't be there. I look forward to playing your level. I look forward to playing every level. Queue's not that long right now, hey. I suppose, like, after we've been going for a while, it tends to slow down, you know. Tends to be most busy up front, and then peter out a little bit as, like, people come and, you know, especially if they're not waiting. Then they're not getting another level after, and, you know, cause and effect, I guess. I don't know. I need to go get another fire flower. How about another card? Another anime. I have so many. I also finished Suma Show. 4 out of 5 on that one. So Suma Show is a show where the premise is there's a family, the mother dies, and 10 years later she comes back as a 10-year-old girl. I'll say, like, emotionally, it has a lot of high points. It has a lot of big punchy bits, but it's very wholesome as all hell in most respects. But it has a real tendency to throw dark. Like that premise, right? You can imagine that there's some 4 out of 5 again. You can imagine that there's some ways to interpret that premise that would be like a little bit disturbing, right? A little bit like, I don't know about this, fella. I don't know about this. You're saying your wife is now 10? That's, I mean, it doesn't go like gross in that way, but it does do some moves and like interpret that premise in some ways that make you go like, ugh, that's dark, man. This is dark. Like, it gets weirdly dark with it in a way that I personally found a little bit, hard to get through in places. Someday, god damn it, you wish that you could show me your other course, the Bowser Castle? Maybe someday. I mean, I'll say, once your level gets through, you can submit another one. I think that'd be fun, that'd be nice. Do feel free to submit another one when the time comes. Fuck. The show I'm reminded about, insofar as like a similar show, but does something differently, is Grandma Grandpa Become Young Again, which also has a really wild premise that it uses in a lot of ways. You know, stacks like additional twists on top of. But like when Suma Show does it, it does it in a way that makes things dark and hard to watch and like dreary and depressing. Yes, when I play the level, you can put in another one. This is true for everyone, so long as the queue is not closed. Suma Show kind of does it in ways that are dark and depressing, whereas Grandma Grandpa Become Young Again does it in ways that are like lighthearted and fun. You know, that make things, that basically give them more opportunities for lighthearted antics. And I think I like the former way better than the latter. Or, I like Grandma Grandpa, that anime, a whole lot better than Suma Show, but, you know, the emotional catharsis, the big moments in Suma Show are super good. Oh, I see why the on-off is here. It's so that you can turn it on-off when you're over here on this side of the fence. There's like 6 levels in the queue, so you're probably position 6. I mean, the robot just told you that, so I didn't need to. But I don't know. Sometimes I don't trust it to go off on the YouTube side. It can be screwy. So yeah, good show, but definitely, has its arcs that I was just very uncomfortable with. I'll say just... smallest spoilers. The first such arc that is uncomfortable deals with, the mother's new... The 10-year-old mother's new mother is like a single mother who is a little abusive, and that's like... This is unpleasant as all hell to go through this material. Oh man, you really made it as, like, painful... You really leaned into, like, how uncomfortable this premise could be in as many ways as you could. Huh. Except for ways that would be, like, really gross. I'll say it doesn't get gross with that premise, but it does get uncomfortable. You might not have your Switch. Well, you can always find your maker code. If you have your maker code, that would suffice. In fact, if you have the same code, I would take the same code and I can find your thing. I don't know where you are in the list of levels I played just now, but let me hit complete for you, Axel. Feel free to get another one in. And bring up the next one. Krispy Kreme. Good name, Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme, please confirm. I'm going to pull another card and talk about what's on it. Yes, if you want, you can enter it again. Are you already in queue? You're already in queue, so you're good. You're good. You're good so long as you're in queue. That reminds me, we were going to check. I was going to check to see if you could put, can you put Spinies on roofs in this theme? Yes, you can. Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm just gonna save that, and, yeah, that has to be part of it. Okay. That's a menace. Those guys are menaces. Here's another card. Krispy Kreme, please confirm. This is sort of a breather card to separate the anime a little bit, to give us a non-anime topic for a minute. Did you see this late breaking news? Late breaking news here. Gunner 9/11 averted as Zenless Zone Zero's butt obfuscation technology is rolled back. Apparently what this was is that they had it so that when you like pan the camera all the way up, the character became transparent in a recent patch to whatever Zenless Zone Zero is, and they reverted that. This is not a serious thing. I haven't actually played Zenless Zone Zero. I don't know that much about it, other than it was in contention for some Game Award categories, and it sort of came out of nowhere in so doing. I guess it's a very horny game, I suppose, is part of it. It's a gotcha type game with some horniness. Cool. I just thought this headline was hilarious. That's why I put this up. Okay, that's enough about that. Krispy Kreme, still go ahead and confirm. Gunner 9/11. Gunner 9/11. I want everyone to appreciate the perfection of the phrase Gunner 9/11. Perfect. Chef kiss. I love it. I love it. Gunner 9/11. Let's do it. Krispy Kreme, I don't see you, so let's do the sudden death. And if you are here, Krispy Kreme, you'll get promoted immediately to the full lightning round queue thing. You know, the full assortment of lives. Minus whatever I have lost at the time of confirmation. This doesn't look bad at all, so let's just have the slightest bit of focus, and we'll get through clean. unless I jump into an enemy who's off screen that I'm not seeing. Wow, this level looks not bad at all. And yet, Krispy Kreme, I'll give you a second to confirm. Why don't I just like eat a couple chips? I guess I'm still a little hungry. I'll eat a couple chips. I'll wipe my hands, and then we will move on. Oh, nom. It's good. I don't usually eat during streams, but it's Christmas. It's the nearest Christmas as we're getting. So, I think it is fair. I don't deny me food on the week before Christmas. Longest stream I've ever done? I've done over 12 before. I don't do those anymore, though, because YouTube VODs have a limit of 12, and I don't like to split the VODs. I've probably done like 17 before, though. Who remembers? You'd have to check those archived VODs that are like split into multiple parts. How long exactly I went, but I think I've gone like at least 14, 15. That's good. That's good. Maybe I should get the Cheetos. No, don't take a break to go grab the Cheetos. Let's just move on. Thank you, Krispy Kreme. I don't see ya, so I'm gonna hit dismiss. And next up is Grim Tom Bobulus. Grim Tom Bobulus. Yes. Grim Tom Bobulus. Go ahead and confirm. Like I got some gunk in my throat after eating that those chips. Need a drink is what I need. I'll say I got 5 anime cards in a row. I'll tell you what I got now. I got 5 anime cards in a row. These are all shows that ended yesterday. Then I got 3 more anime cards after that. All shows that ended today. I was able to finish my work today a little bit early, so I had time to finish the Friday shows today before the stream. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? You get to hear about what I think about the shows that ended today on the day of the stream. That is a rare treat, considering usually there is not time to finish, to finish 3 anime and think about it and get a review on each one before stream o'clock. But today was a special exception as being the last day before holidays, before vacation. You often leave a little early on a vacation day before a big vacation. That's just a natural thing to do, especially if you're all done with your work. What the fuck? I don't have to explain that. Y'all understand. Grim Tom, please confirm. Let me go ahead and do another card. I finished Dan to Dan. 5 out of 5 with a heart. Hey, fuck yeah. Dan to Dan. Gotta talk about Dan to Dan. Here we go. I would describe Dan to Dan as ballsy. I would describe Dan to Dan as oftenly going figuratively balls out. Best in genre rom-com elements. And yeah, just an inspired premise. I really love the hell out of every episode of Dan to Dan. I'm kind of surprised they had the balls that ended on a cliffhanger, such as the one that ended that last episode, but it's coming back next year in the summer, so whatever, that's fine. Hey, It's coming back sooner rather than later, so any feeling that I had going into this, I'll say, like, last stream I was saying, like, oh man, I can't believe it's ending next episode. That's kind of sad. I'm kind of bummed about that. It feels like I haven't had enough yet. I feel like I need a double-length season for this. I need more, like a My Hero Academia size season of this. But it's coming back next season, so fuck yeah. It's hey, or not next season, but next year. So I guess considering that, I have nothing to complain about then. It was fantastic. Characters were big and imaginative. The whole fucking plot is just a delightfully absurd, audacious plot to do. Apparently the whole manga was the original manga was created because the main writer thought it would be funny if a guy blanked his blanks, lost his blanks. I'm not gonna say what it is. Oh, does it say there what it is? No, it doesn't. I not in that synopsis. As someone who watches exclusively action seasons, Dan recommended, yeah, the action is fucking great. If you don't know Dan, the premise is that there's a boy who believes in aliens and a girl who believes in ghosts, and they dare each other to go to the spots for each other's supernatural thing, you know, like a haunted house or like a hospital that UFOs are said to visit. And it turns out both of them are real, and they both get like caught up in a world of fucked up bullshit and fighting ghosts and aliens in equal measure. And it's all very creative. It's very baffling. It's it is a very extra show and one with amazing characters. And yeah, like I said, the rom-com parts are the best in the shonen genre I've ever seen. You know, usually it's just stuff like Winry. It's stuff like, oh, hey, Winry just sort of looks at Ed and Al and goes like, you know, sort of like looks askew and it's like, oh, I'm blushing. That's the romance in most shonens, right? Like, oh, it's me, it's Uraraka. And, oh, right, I'm in love. I forgot. And that's the rom-com element in My Hero. Whereas this is like, yeah, there's whole episodes that instead of a slice of life episode, you have a rom-com episode, and it's goddamn good. It is somewhat of a bizarre adventure. Yes, I think that would be an accurate description of it so far. It is absolutely bizarre, and definitely one of the best shows of the season by far. What you don't like a Winry type character? How do you mean? I mean, I just use that as an example, first off. I wouldn't describe the characters of this as being that genre, that archetype exactly. I would describe... She's like a fashionable girl, and he's like a, Oh, this is really cool how you're using the, Grim Tombobulus. This is really cool how you're using the plants. I've never seen them quite used in this way. This is remarkable. I didn't know a ground pound did double damage on those guys. Wow, that's important to know. Shit! That's news to me. I don't know what exactly type you have issue with there. I would say that she's like a fashionable, like a gyaru. And, you know, once they get to talking and get to, like, you know, understanding each other a bit better, it goes in some amazing directions. Could it be go through the pipe? No. I'm confused by this. This doesn't make sense for me. Oh, them being helpless? Okay. I mean, I guess Winry sometimes has been like a hostage or like a you know, caught up in that way. But I'd also say that there's a lot more to her character than that. No, she fights. She's in Dan to Dan, she is like a big part. Oh, I see. She is like you know, one of the main fighters, I guess, is how you would phrase it. Absolutely, every character there, so far anyway. Every character so far has, like... has, like, a place in the fight. Weird. I'll get this one. How? Ah! I see. It's good design. Yeah, I would describe Dan to Dan as a tour de force. Definitely, like, I would say it's better than Chainsaw Devil insofar as like recent animes go, recent shonens go. I think that it's a higher grade of show. Okay, I think I need to throw this. Dang it! Well, we got pretty far. Grim Tombus, thank you for the level. I still don't see Grim Tombobulus in the chat, so that's all I can do in this time. Really cool, though. Really cool idea. Quite fun to work out. Quite lovely. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Rock Party is up. Rock, go ahead and confirm. I'm hitting next so that you can see your name in there, in the chat. If you're still about, go ahead and confirm. I also finished Negative Positive Angler. Negative Positive Angler is a high-quality show. There you are, Rock Party. Fantastic. Very high-quality show. A pearl of a show, I say. Super fun, good vibes, quality drama. The premise is that you got this guy, he's like depressed and shit, and he's like at the end of his rope. He's deep in debt, and he, you know, nearly takes a dive off a bridge, nearly, not like suicidally, just because he's being chased by like debt collectors and shit. And he runs into these like he runs into a whole bunch of like fisher bros, like a bunch of really cool bros who really love to fish and are really like you know, no thoughts, heads empty, have like fantastic vibes. And through the power of friendships and bonds, you know, he starts to enjoy life again and gets into fishing a bit and works at their fishing themed convenience store. It's a fun show. It's a great premise, and you know, it's the gang of boys and girls, or who are mostly either from, you know, high school age to college age, most of them, some of them like even older than that. They're all very fun. They are all very like vivid, colorful characters, you know, big personalities, and very much the kind of characters who would wear a hat that said "Fish fear me," or "Women fear me, fish love me," or whatever the fuck. You know, that is totally the vibe of this group. Really fun slice of life stuff. Really fun, like, good vibes. Really easy to get into, very chill, very relaxed, and, you know, when it does get down to it, there is some really quality drama just lurking beneath the surface, ready to come out once the stress has been, like, taken down a degree, once they have spent enough time, like, hanging out and being chill bros and all. You get some real shit, and it's also good. God damn, it's a hell of a show. I really enjoyed the hell out of positive, negative, positive, Angler. Got the... It's one or the other. It says right there. I can't see it because I got chat in the way. I can't see the name of the thing. If you're wondering why I don't just read it off the screen, it's because chat's right above it on my thing. On my screen. Angler is phenomenal, and I think all those characters just are especially good. I especially think of, like, the lady in that. There is one lady who she has, like, blue hair that is ridiculously big, and she is just such a fishing freak. She is just such a freak for fishing. It's great. One of the best, like, little scenes there. Oh, I see what the deal is here. Oh, Jesus. One of the best little scenes is, you know, they work at this convenience store, right? And the main guy is kind to just struggle with the fact that fishing gear is often in imperial units rather than like metric. And he says to his friend, you know, he says to his coworker, like, how do you know, like, how many pounds is an ounce? And then it goes over to the fishing freak lady girl, and she's just like, yeah, so that's 6 ounces. That's you know, X amount of grams. That's like 7 grams or some shit. And then immediately after, she's asked, like, hey, it's time to talk about schoolwork. What is the answer to this simple question? And she's just like, you know, she can only make it work when it comes to fishing. Which is just very delightful, I found... This isn't that precise, it turns out, but we're still struggling with it. Gotta head to bed. Pleasure watching the stream. Good night, Shard. You have a good one. I'm glad you enjoyed. If you're wondering, Thursday, I think, was, by far, the best day of the season this season. It had just a ton of good shows, a ton of quality shows, just in the type of quantity you don't see anywhere else in the week. Like, Saturday kind of comes close, but not even Saturday can stand up to a Thursday that had this many kick-ass shows on it. Woo! We got through most of it then. Is there... Yes! Okay, good. That guy's also not coming back, so that's nice. Yes. I think we done it. I think we almost done it. Oh my god. Okay. What's down here? Okay. 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 Ah, fuck! I didn't think he was going to come out of the hole. I thought I was just gonna have all the time in the world to time that out. And also, I just lost my last fucking life. Oh my god. We were so close. I could have tasted it. I tasted it. No could have about it. I tasted that shit. God damn. Thank you, Rock Party. I'll say, even if we can't defeat a level during the lightning round, you are always welcome to resubmit it. always welcome to resubmit it. How long does the lightning round last? Until the end of the stream. Typically, I say it's the lightning round. It'd be more accurate to call it like lightning mode or something. It lasts until the end of the stream once it starts. Pretty much. Last call for levels excluded, technically, kinda, more or less. That was so goddamn close. I can't believe that. We are running out of levels to play, so, make sure to get those, I see Rock Party got that back in there immediately. Fantastic, very good. You might need more than 5? Well, guess what? Today, on account of it being the holidays, on account of Christmas, I'm giving out bonus heads for free, so it's 7. 7 tries. Has Martin said anything in a minute? Is Saya Martin? Let me hit next so that Asaya can see in the YouTube chat. You can always tell when a maker code has a space in it. You can always tell that that's a YouTube person in that case. Possible on the Twitch end. Here's another card. I finished 365 days to the wedding. 5 out of 5 with a heart. Yeah, I ended up really strong on this one as well. Again, Thursday fucking ruled. Hey, Su Yang, how's it going? Thursday fucking ruled for anime. So, 365 days for the wedding. The basic concept is it's about a pair of travel agents who decide to fake a marriage in order to, get out of a transfer to Alaska. And, in so doing, you can sort of figure out, right? They're gonna fall in love with each other. That's just how it goes. And it's cute and good. The premise sort of lets them, as very awkward people, skip some of the traditional steps of dating, and instead they fill in their own steps, which their own steps are pretty fun, which makes it sort of a novel sort of rom-com of them like, okay, how are we gonna prove that we're in love? They're trying to figure that out, and in so doing, they're getting to know each other and getting closer, and it's all quite lovely. And the fact that they're travel agents gives them like a worldly quality and gives them like stuff to do as far as like light workplace drama, as far as like they're worldly people, they have traveled the world. They have like some quirks to them. The main quirk of the main dude is just that he's a cat dad, but the lady, the girl, the woman, they're office workers. They're adults. You understand? Mid-20s probably. Her quirk is that she's not in this My Hero Academia sense. She is quirky insofar as she's like a map nerd. She likes to look at maps. Her hobby is to open up a map and look really closely at it, which is kind of cute in a way that is like, first off, an original gimmick for a character. I don't know, I've never heard a character like that before. And also, it is very cute to see her geek out about geography. I liked that a lot. There's just so much going for this one that I really enjoyed. I think it comes off as a very novel rom-com that is someone's fantasy, right? Just being immediately engaged with the person that turns out to be perfect for you. Someone's like that's like a anxious person's fantasy right there. I guess in some ways, provided it was the right person. Like, yeah, no, that sounds nice. It's very good. I really enjoyed the hell out of that one, and I would put it up there with the other ones in that same tier. Though, I'll say I love a lot of anime, and not everything is going to be in the top 10 list at the end of the year. I'll say that much. That kind of goes without saying, but I would definitely put it with that heart, and I definitely put it in S tier. So, there you go. Highly, highly recommend that if you like mild, mellow, rom-com type things with really lovable characters. I don't see Isaiah, so let's go ahead and do the sudden death there. And let me enter that in. Show rules. Show rules. I mean, I say it rules. I think that 365 Days for the Wedding is sort of the type of show that when you see it, you don't expect it to be, like, phenomenal. And it's pretty mellow. It's pretty chill. It's pretty relaxed. It's not really the, you know, amazing... Oh, there you are. Perfect. Hey. It's not really the standout type of show. But it is a lot of fun. It has really immaculate vibes, and, you know, like I said, I really love the characters and seeing their relationship develop. Like, that was just a huge highlight for me of the season. And, I enjoyed watching every damn episode. I was really curious about this one, looking at the thumbnail, considering all the Koopalings, but because you get the star, it's actually dead easy. Thank you, Zaya, for the level. Were you looking to get your maker code so you could submit the other level? I'll say you could just submit that code, or if you need your maker code, it is right here. Quickly, write it down. You got it? Take a photo. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. By 06I. Hey, fun stuff. How you doing? 06I is here. Fantastic. Let's do it. I'm gonna navigate away from here now, by the way. I got 2 more shows that came out on Thursday that I need to cover. I say I need to cover. That I want to cover. That I will cover. First, let me randomize these heads. Bowser, fantastic. And I'll do another card. It took you 5 years to get to S+. I don't know anything about the versus mode and the ranks there. It's not really something that interests me terribly, but congratulations all the same. I also finished yesterday the show Mecha Ude, Mechanical Arms, which I'm giving a 5 out of 5, though no heart. I will always say my yeah, there you go. You can add that back in, Isaiah, using the add command. You have to use !add to get into queue. Remember. Okay. Mecha Ude, Mechanical Arms, is a pretty straight-laced shonen. I'll say my rating system kind of has like it has 5 out of 5. That's kind of an A, and 5 out of 5 with a heart, which is kind of an S. This is kind of an A, I would say. This is a 5 out of 5, but not like best of all time status. It's a very good shonen. It's a very good shonen, sort of a traditional style, that has some great characters and a good central gimmick, which is that, basically they have, like, there's robot arms with personalities, and they attach to people, and then they fight with them. And the robot arms have colorful personalities and are good characters on their own, which means that everyone sort of has a partner just by default, which is kind of nice, kind of cool, kind of fun. It also looks fantastic, like the character design, the way that it looks like color-wise. It looks phenomenal, actually. My understanding is that it was originally a Kickstarter that, you know, got like a new up-and-coming new creator the chance to make their own anime, and I think that it turned out really well for that. It's really great as a very traditional shonen where every episode there's sort of a monster of the week type situation with some evil arms users, and our main character fights them and has some fun light romp action, has some light slice of life type stuff in the meantime. Also, the main girl is really great in it. She has like 2 mechanical arms that are fastened like between, like, it's an interesting design thing. Her arms come out from under her skirt, which is yeah, I don't think I've seen any like character design quite like that. She also has great hair, And also she is like a cool girl who occasionally has cause to she is like bodyguarding the main character, and in her duties, she will princess carry him at times, which she just no sells entirely. He's embarrassed by, and like their classmates are like, you know, in like the school situation that they're in when they're not fighting the evil organization or whatever. They're like, oh, which is kind of cute and fun. It's a very fun show. I thought that the last arc wasn't quite as strong as as the rest of them, but still, it's plenty fun. The characters are great, and the action is very well animated. Give it full marks. Give it full marks. Mecha Ude. Mechanical Arms. All the lag you had to fight through just to get the highest rank, and the suit was worth it. Geez, do you have to fight through lag generally playing Mario Maker online? I guess just as servers are... I guess just as less people are playing, it must be harder to get, like, a good, solid connection. Or, like, someone local more and more as time goes on, huh? That's really too bad. Let's do this one. Why not? Wind Valley. I'll say as far as Thursday goes, there are still a couple shows that are still ongoing. Trillion Game is continuing into next season. You know, it has another 12 episodes in it after a short hiatus. So it has like another 13 or so, I think, something like that. So that one is really great as well. I'll say I've been really enjoying Trillion Game from the writer of it's like a collaboration between the guy who does Dr. Stone and a artist who's not as good as the Dr. Stone guy. The art style is like the one thing about Trillion Game which doesn't quite it's not great, but whatever. It's a very fun show about a businessman and a engineer scamming their way into billionaire status, which is quite fun to see what schemes they come up with every episode, and I'm looking forward to seeing like where it goes in the second core. Are you streaming Sunday? I'm thinking Monday. I'm thinking Monday for a big stream. Rock Party. I'm thinking a big Monday stream. I want to revisit all the games I played this year that are like Game of the Year quality and think about where they stand and start figuring out my the order of my top 10 list. That's the plan for Monday. I want to take Sunday off and enjoy a nice day of doing nothing. That's what I want to do right now more than anything. Enjoy at least one day of nothing. I mean, obviously there's Saturday, but I usually do family stuff on Saturday, so I'll be doing like a, you know, I'll be going over for dinner and stuff tomorrow. So, you know, that's not nothing. You got time off, Rock Party? Or are you on vacation as of now? This is a cool little climb. Each way with each way the wind goes, we can get up using a different hook. I want to fly with this. Damn it. Oh shit. Okay, that's a life. You're only off Xmas Day? Aw, dang. Too bad. Oh, right, you work tech support. That's right. You work tech support, or IT. In like a, I did some Rivals of, Marvel with, Rock Party the other day, off stream. And we talked about stuff, off stream. including the nature of your job. I should have remembered. You said that you had, like, overtime or something. You had, like, some overtime? Like, a lot of it for this period? Making a bunch of money is good, too, in addition to time off. Me, I would like to make a lot of money without sacrificing time off, but that's just me, you know. That's just my preference. I'm weird like that. What are you gonna do, though? If we take a hit here, this clown car is going to go way out of control, and it's gonna be not pretty. Oh, but it's fine, it's good. We made it through and we got a checkpoint that refreshes our things. It pays double time and a half. That's a lot more than usual. If work is usually worth doing, then I guess it's extra worth doing during the holidays. And, I suppose, do you get, like, some good time off, like, rest of the year at some point? I guess that's nice as well. You know, taking a holiday in, like, October or something. If you get, like, time off that you can use, like, the rest of the year, and can use in, like, for big trips and things of that nature, that's kind of, balances off. I guess it kind of depends on the nature of the job as well. Some jobs just don't, you know, don't have that sort of perk. What are you gonna do? That was a good boss fight. Feel like we're... Nope, okay. If we got all the red coins, we could do the bonus thing. We didn't, so we get that. If I got paid double time and a half for a bit, I guess I wouldn't mind working overtime. I mean, I guess it, like, you know, I'm salaried, so I just don't... That's not a thing, I'm pretty sure. I just get to work. If I'm needed to work overtime, then it's just normal. It's just nothing. You know, it's the same amount before as after, but, you know, on the other hand, if there's not as much, if it's not as busy, then it's, you know, it's pretty chill. And that's nice as well. I'd rather things be chill than things be like, by hour, I guess. I don't know. So long as everyone's doing what they need to do. Thank you for level. That was great. That was a great Super World level. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. Meow. Meow has been chatting in the YouTube chat. Meow is good for it. Fantastic. I have one more Thursday show with which to discuss. That is Goodbye Dragon Life. I'm giving that a 3 out of 5. It is an isekai. Show anime, next slide. It is a isekai where a dragon gets reincarnated as a normal dude. Oh, you're also in the Twitch chat. That's right. Hey. Both sides. Gets reincarnated as a human and just sort of has a regular ass chill life. He is kind of a likable dude, kind of low-key and chill. And he meets up with some other characters who are low-key and chill, like a Lamia, which is sort of like a snake woman, who's very cute and good. And clearly, like, there's some romantic thing going on there, which is nice. I like his snake wife, his snake girlfriend, his snake love interest. Problem is, when it has to have plot and story, it just sort of falls flat. The story, the writing, what happens plot-wise is just kind of boring, bland, and unoriginal. Just sort of uninteresting. Just sort of not great. Also, the action is south of serviceable. It's not very good. It's not very good action-wise, so whenever there's an episode that's like all action, all of a sudden, it's just like, okay, this is not playing to your strong suits of enjoying the presence of your snake wife. Snake wife good, the action bad in this. 3 out of 5, it's alright. I do like snake wife a lot. That's not enough to make it, like, any better than mid. any better than a 3 out of 5. In my books, anyway. Let me randomize those heads, and we'll do it. That's the last of the Thursday anime that I watched, but like I said earlier, I managed to watch finish 3 other shows that came out today before the stream, because, what the hell? Okay, it's just... I think this is just very precise. Was it all? What, or was it at least? All, okay. So if we miss one, we're done. We miss one, we're done. Okay, okay. It's all frame perfect? It's all frame perfect? Oh, it's 10 seconds as well. Cool. I will also say Don Machi has been... God damn it. Don Machi has been going on Thursdays. I believe it still has like 5 episodes left. 4 episodes left. Don Machi has been very good. God damn it, that was pretty close. We got pretty far there. Don Machi is having a fantastic season. This final arc especially, I am really happy with. I am enjoying so far. It's a really neat little war game type thing. Not to spoil, but you know. I made it to the end with all but 5 coins. Yeah. Thank you for the level. Don Machi's also great. And I'm looking forward to seeing that finish up. That might also be S tier once it's done, provided the arc ends very well. It has to end as well as it's going, but if it does, mwah, it's gonna be fantastic. Let me hit complete. You're gonna re-add it. Fantastic. That's exactly what I was about to say. That you can re-add it if you so please. We got close one of those times. Rock Party is up again. Rock Party is up again. Perfect. Fantastic. We're really cooking. Danmachi would take a while to finish the entire thing, right? It's in like a 15 episode season right now. So it's just gonna finish this one arc, and it has like 4 episodes to do so. So it's kind of an unusual length for a season, but I think it's better to spend more time to make the arc last exactly as long as it should do, versus like rushing to finish in 12 episodes or something, so that it could finish within the calendar year or something. It's better that it does like this, and I'm really enjoying this season of Danmachi. I think it's been one of the better seasons of Danmachi. And I'll say, by the way, we call it Danmachi. I usually call shows by their English names, but with Danmachi, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Which sounds a lot worse than it is, because it's about a boy who likes one girl, and there's a bunch of other girls who like him, because he is great. And they can't have him, because Eyes is his girl. It's gonna be Eyes. We all know it. But, you know, he is so pure, I think he single-handedly makes the anime a lot less horny than it would otherwise feel like. Though it is, in a lot of ways, kind of horny. I saw, like, there was a video by Sean, the internet guy who does, like, videos about stuff. And he mentioned Danmachi because some racist people were, like, talking about Hestia and how, like, sexual, her design and all. And it's like, he was like, oh, I watched a few episodes and I don't think it's very good. And I'm just sitting there going like, well, okay, you think you're underestimating it. It gets good, it gets good. Like, by the end of the first season, there have been some amazing arcs. And, the main character has proven that he is a hell of a dude. One of the best shonen protagonists, perhaps, one could say, as far as, like, quality of dude. You can see why so many girls, like, fall in love with him, considering how selfless and cool he is, and how, his determination in chasing his crush, who is way higher level than he is, and trying to catch up with her. It's good. It's good shit, that show. Though, I'll say... What the fuck? That was taking a while to crack. I'll say season 3 of the show. Actually, there's been a lot of fantastic seasons of Danmachi. I'm not gonna front. I'm not gonna say like they're, you know. I do. I'm just fucking this up, aren't I? I do think the best seasons are the ones that. Well, I don't know actually. Honestly, I like pretty much. I'm pretty happy with everything they've been doing with Danmachi. In general. They've had fantastic arcs. They've had real good season-long plots. What am I doing? Drop on the thing. Drop on the thing. Didn't think about that. Really, I have no complaints as far as Danmachi goes. I would recommend it. If you like, fantasy action-type shows that have a lot of characters in it. Many of which are very, you know, attractive women, I guess. You know what I mean? Belle is such a wholesome character that makes an otherwise show that might otherwise be somewhat unwholesome, wholesome. You know, in the second season, there's a scene I think about a lot as far as his character, where he's running through a street, right? He comes around a corner, and, he's running through a street, right? Around like the Pleasure District for a reason. That season takes place in the Pleasure District. He rounds a corner, and there is this like giant Amazon-esque woman with, you know, scantily clad and all, and he's just about to run into her, and he dodges. He dodges her chest area. You know, he avoids he does a quick time event to avoid the typical sexual scene that you would typically have in a more horny scene with a more horny protagonist. And then she's like, hang on though. I'm like, you know, actually I do want to vamp on you, so, you know, she gets in on there, but, what are you gonna do? That's her character. The lens through which you see a show can really affect, like, the vibe of it, I guess. And Bill is such a wholesome lens, and he is just a boy pursuing a crush. And also a bunch of other girls start crushing on him because he's great. Because he saved them, because he's a hero. It's good. Goddamn good. Let me get that out of there, Rock Party. Now's good. Now's good. Thank you for the level. The next is So Yang. So Yang is up. I heard it needs like 5 more seasons to finish the story. Is the manga over? I didn't know that. I'd believe it. If it gets like 5 more seasons, that would be great. I would like it to be finished. I would like it to finish the fight. I would like it to finish the story. I hope he gets with eyes. I mean, that's like the main thread for me. To know that it has an ending, I think helps a lot. Then I know, like, okay, well, this is going somewhere. Eventually, them two are going to, like, actually... Eventually, there's going to be some arcs just about the two of them, right? Right? I hope. So, Lang, go ahead and confirm. Let me get up the heads. I'll put up the sudden death heads until Lang confirms. Yang confirms. So, Yang. Meanwhile, I have one card that's not related to anime, which is arguing online getting worse. I thought this was going to be the one about drones. I thought I put in one about drones. Maybe I put in that one later. I forget. But, this card, the basic idea here is, I saw someone on Twitter fucking bringing up some fake stats, right? Just saying some stupid bullshit, right? Like saying like, oh, this is true. And when pressed, he said something to the effect of like, ask Grok, which just made me go like, oh my god. Arguing online was already pretty shitty, and now there's gonna be dudes in every argument who, you know, you hear about people consulting AI, right? And people like, oh, instead of Googling it, I just AI'd, I just grokked, I just chat GPT'd, what's the capital of Azerbaijan? Or some shit. You know, what's the capital of Middle East? You know, just putting that in there and there's the answer and I believe it. You know? And you just hear about that and wonder like, okay, well, that's wrong. You shouldn't be doing it that way. You can't know for sure that that's accurate. These things mix it up and also, oh geez, you're using this as the foundation of arguments and taking it into, as you go into the online space and start arguing at people. Oh my god. More and more I feel like we might be cooked. And then sometimes I have hope. Sometimes I have hope. And then sometimes I feel like, oh, the next generation. You know, it's a roller coaster with this fucking next generation, right? Like, you hear about how dependent they are on AI and stuff, and you go like, oh my god, this is screwed. This is screwy. Oh, this is really clever. I understand. We cleared out a bunch of guys there, and now we have to play through the level again with the guys we didn't kill, being alive. And right away, I see some issues in the enemies I did kill. Like, what the fuck? Look at this shit. I can't do that. Next time we'll do better. I fear we might be cooked. I see that stuff and I go like, oh, I hear like, oh, the kids today, they're very conservative. Dang it. Okay, so we can't take too long though. We basically have to puzzle the whole time, the whole way. So Yang, I don't see you though, so unfortunately that's all I can do. I can't get 5 more tries. If you are here, I can get 5 more tries. I see some stuff like that and I get my hopes down. Then I hear like, oh, they're all walking out of school for Luigi? Oh, my hopes are up again. And then I hear like, oh, they're all like super into the brain pills and all the cranks. And I go like, oh, my hopes are down again. Then I hear this, then I hear that. It's like, I don't know. I guess we'll see how things go, but the future is a scary place. And, you know, I don't know it's even just the kids that are really getting really reliant on AI. I see it in my work even. I see it in a professional setting, and it concerns the hell out of me. It concerns the hell out of me. Flex your writing muscles occasionally, everyone. Do some creative writing. Make a really good forum post. I say that as if forum posts are a thing anymore. Make a really good argument on Discord. I say as if you're arguing on Discord. Say things in a funny way on Discord or Twitter. There you go. That's what I'm reaching for. Get some practice to those bones. And they'll serve you muscles. They'll serve you well for life. I guess. I'm gonna dismiss. We'll bring up the next level. Wonderful, wonderful. Fun stuff is up. Fun stuff, please confirm. I'll say I got 3 more anime to do. These are all anime that came out and finished today, end of the day. I watched them before the stream. I, you know, got off work a little earlier than I expected. I had time to finish them. If I hadn't done that, we'd be talking about these next week, so nice, getting out of the way, I guess. I'll also say this stream has not been longer than any other stream so far. A good 4 or 5 hour stream, that's pretty typical of this channel, but whatever, we'll see what happens. I finished Magaluminaire. Magalumiere. Magical Girls, Inc. It's cool. I think it's a very fun premise. It sort of mixes a little bit of workplace drama in with the traditional, like, magical girl stuff. And a discount magical girl company, or more accurately, really, a startup. It's just a fun setting for this sort of thing. It allows you to get that corporate flavor in there, and also means that they are scrappy, especially in comparison to, like, bigger companies that exist in the world. And, you know, they're scrappy. The main character, who is a newcomer, is scrappy and, like, you know, inexperienced, and she learns the ropes and stuff, and it's good. It's oddly technical, action-wise, but it's entertaining in like, you know, them running around figuring out, like, okay, we gotta use this spell and collaborate with this team, and we gotta do this thing, and we gotta, you know, make sure to not cause this property damage this way. And they're always thinking about stuff and doing stuff and having a generally good time. And I also like the light workplace drama aspect of it. I thought it was very good, and I really quite enjoyed it. I will say, it's possible I'm a little biased in its favor. Oh, also the character designs are great and it looks good. Maybe not some of the monsters, if I recall. The monsters look okay. They look fine, but the characters look great. It's a really nice world that I think is interesting. And, yeah. And I'll say I might be a little biased towards it insofar as when I was in Japan back in October and September. In Shibuya, they had, like, a big banner of it because it was about to start at that time. They had, like, a big banner of the main character from that, just, like, being out there. And, you know, the fact that it was good and I liked it, I'm happy about that, considering that, you know, when I saw that banner, I was like, what's that? I hope it's cool. And it was cool. It was great. It was really fun. It was like this viewer, fun stuff. It was very fun stuff. Fun stuff I don't see in chat, so we're gonna do the sudden death. Just 2 more and then anime will be over. And I'll say, how many cards do I have after anime? Like a handful. I'll say, last call after the last anime card. Last call for levels after the last anime card. So, the end of the stream is coming up. I do have a bunch more cards, but we have enough levels to go through them, I think. I meant to pull up there so I wouldn't go through the thing. That's just a classic, classic 10 coin placement. I guess. Whatever. Let's just ignore that and, oh wait, checkpoints, checkpoints. Life's back, woo woo woo. Let's just carry on and beat the level. Easy, very fun stuff, fun stuff. I'm gonna hit complete, and yeah. Isaiah is up next. Isaiah. Go ahead and confirm again, Isaiah. Isaiah Martin. Let me pop out of here, and I will do another card. Do another card right here. I also finished Sword Art Online Alternative, a spin-off of Sword Art Online, Gun Gale Online 2, Season 2. 3 out of 5 on that one. I feel like this show really suffers for being in the same season as Shangri-La Frontier. Shangri-La Frontier really puts it to shame as far as, like, it has better action, it feels more like a video game, and the plot is like 100 times more interesting. It's not just a in-game event. It's not just 2 in-game events back-to-back. This season is just sort of 2 in-game events back-to-back. Ones that are basically Calvin Ball, insofar as they make up rules mid-event, and, you know, just in the interest of causing chaos, causing drama, and, the action is just moderately fine. I still do like the characters, and the main character, who is like a tall girl who plays as a short girl in-game and runs really fast and shoots things really well. She like puts all her points into speed so she can like run around like Sonic the Hedgehog, but with a gun. I say that's Shadow the Hedgehog from the game Shadow the Hedgehog. That's not good. It's better in the VR MMO thing than it is in reality, I'll say. But she basically runs around as fast as you can in a shooter like that. Basically like Doom fast, as like a really short, tiny girl, and shoots people, and, you know, does like survival game type stuff. Again, I think it hurts a lot that it's not normal style. It's done as a big event, and they have all sorts of weird rules that come up, and you just go like, I don't know. Games don't work like this. They don't do like one-off events that you know, games aren't Calvin Ball in that way. They don't make up rules in the middle of a game just to surprise and have like plot things happen. That's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. I forgot to show this time. Sorry. Still, the shooty action is just fine. There's not that much progression story-wise. There are a few scenes that are plenty cute. It's fine, I guess. It's a perfectly adequate season of a show that doesn't quite give you the best stuff that the previous season had, which would be like establishing all this and like setting things up and, you know, getting her into the character, getting her to be like, you know, finding her place in the VR MMO. It doesn't quite do anything interesting other than like, yeah, it's one survival game and it's another game that's like a survival game with some twists and turns that are entirely arbitrary and decided by like the game designers or whatever. But you know, it's like fine, I guess. 3 out of 5. I think that's fair. I got one left. Now. So I'll say there'll be this level, then we'll do another, and then we'll look to close the queue. So please continue getting those levels in there. I think Isaiah wanted us to play Bowser's Castle, so we'll play Bowser's Castle, why not? Let's see what's up with this. Okay, we became invulnerable. Oh, it's very similar to the other one. We get a star and then we kill guys. Feel like Isaiah, these might be some of their first levels. I'm gonna go ahead and say, quite possible. I mean, I'll say like it's a lot more coherent than my first level back in Mario Maker 1, which was kind of just like a bunch of stuff randomly without much polish or precision. Cool. Good. Thank you. Let me hit complete and we'll pull up the next one. 06i. 06i has been here this whole time. You still good for it, 06i? Let me, hi. Okay, perfect. Let me get you your heads, and let me randomize these heads. Blue Yoshi. Nice. Last anime that I finished, that would be The Stories of Girls Who Couldn't Become Magicians. Also a 3 out of 5. A lot of 3 out of 5s and 5 out of 5s. No 4 out of 5s tonight, I think. That right? I think that's right. It's a very beautiful show, great to look at, but kind of bland. It's basically a story about a very cute girl in a watercolor world who goes to magic school, except she doesn't go to magic school. She goes to the regular class that is sort of looked down upon, and her and her friends sort of just have a school year. And also there's occasionally a disaster that is kind of just a lot of hot air. The premise is like, oh, well, everyone can become magicians in this way, but the regular class is going to be taught the old way of becoming a magician. The way that, like, anyone can become a magician. And it's just kind of toothless as a show, I would describe it as. Kind of whatever. It is very cute. Though, a lot of the characters aren't really cute so much as they are, like, insufferable. Some are more insufferable than cute. Like, there's this guy who's like his quirk is, I say his quirk as if he's a magic person. No, his gimmick is that he wants to be an opera star one day. He doesn't want to be a magician. That's why he's happy to be in the normal person's class. And he sings every fucking line. It's like he talks like this, every line, every single line, and you're just like, my god, dude, shut the fuck up. At least I'm like that. There's another guy who talks like this. Hello, I'm the assistant guy who's all weird, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude? You're just really annoying. You know that? Wow. The secret society characters, I don't like those two at all. And there's kind of a lot of characters in the show that have a lot of lines where they're more annoying than cute. Though the ones that are cute are very cute. It's inoffensive. It's fine. Every time there's like an action scene, every time there's like a magical scenario gone awry, basically they always solve it in the same way. They take out a wand and they draw like 3 shapes. They're always the same 3 shapes, and they say like, this is the ancient magic, this is the ancient magic spell. I don't understand how it's always the same spell, and they don't seem to have any like, they don't seem to like choose a specific spell. They just sort of draw a shape, and then the crisis is either solved or it's not. Hot air, I would describe like most of the drama in that show, but it's cute. It's cute if nothing else. It's fine. 3 out of 5, I think, is quite fair, and it is beautiful to look at if you're interested in like how good a show can look. It is a damn good looking show. That's the last anime. That's all 11. You know what? We can review real fast. Not Dress Up Darling. That's the 2.5 Dimensional Seduction. 5 out of 5 with a heart. Acro Trip. 5 out of 5. Suma Show. 4 out of 5. Oh well, there was a 4 out of 5. Danadam. 5 out of 5 with a heart. Negative Positive Angler. 5 out of 5 with a heart. 365 Days to the Wedding. 5 out of 5 with a heart. Mecha Ude. 5 out of 5. Goodbye Dragon Life. 3 out of 5. Mega Luminaire. 5 out of 5. Sword Art Online Alternative. Gun Gale Online 2. 3 out of 5. And Stories of Girls Who Couldn't Be Magicians. Also 3 out of 5. Still a lot of shows that need to end before the end of the season. Still a lot of shows left in this season. I'm looking forward to seeing, like, finishing off the rest of them. I hope that Ranma goes on at least one more season. If they did like 3 seasons in a row, Ranma, I think that'd be ideal. I guess we'll see. I guess whatever. There's still shows on. Still, like, most of the shows that I watch are still going on. I don't know if that's true. There's at least 14 of them. Lot more in coming weeks, I'll say. As the season ends, but whatever. It's good. I like it. Have you done a Wind Waker randomizer yet? Yeah, I did one, a few months ago. For the first time. It was fun. The next thing on my agenda as far as randomizers go is what is it? It is Metroid Prime 3. Metroid Prime 3. Did Metroid Dread, finished that, did a playthrough of, finished a run of that recently as well, for what it's worth. Not sure why there's 2 Shelmets, but whatever. Let's go, let's do it. This is interesting. This is something. This is really, hell. This might be a tight timer, so we should probably be good at the video game. Though I'll say there's no clear condition here explicitly, so maybe we can cheese our way through if we lose our thing. It is also possible that, like, any slowdown is death, in which case we might be screwed. Let's find out. Okay. Okay, it's not a tight timer, but I did fuck up. Okay. We got this. I'll say again, last call after this. Last call coming up soonish. It's been a pretty damn good season of anime, I think. Just tons of bangers. You know, definitely a good amount of which I would be happy if they were in my top 10 for the year. I am looking forward to seeing how... I need to figure out my list 100%. I got like 9 anime that I'm sure about as far as anime of the year goes, but there's a couple that could be the one that I'm going back and forth of and on in my mind. And honestly, you know, any S tier anime, any anime that has a heart in it, is kind of up for the thing, you know. Like, the more I think about some of them, the more I go like, oh man, that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one too. Too many damn good anime. Dang it. That was close, that one time. Very good, very nice level 06i. Let me hit, dismiss. And next up is Meows for Dreamcat. Meows for Dreamcat. Meows, you're up and you're present. How do you stream Nintendo Switch? I have a capture card, an HD60, an Elgato HD60. The signal comes from the HDMI, goes into a splitter, comes out of that, goes into the capture card, goes into the TV from that, and you know, the TV or the or the PC, respectively, whether you're talking about the signal or the capture. Pretty straightforward, honestly. Why do I need a splitter? Because I have a Switch, an Xbox, a PlayStation, another Xbox, a Wii U, a GameCube, and that about covers it. I don't just need a splitter, I actually have 2 splitters, for what it's worth. One splitter feeding into the other one, the things that can't fit into the first splitter. Do I say switcher? Switcher. My bad. Switcher. Technically, the Elgato kind of is switcher, a splitter on its own. Used to have an actual splitter as the part of the setup. You have a laptop, you don't know if it works the same way. You need a device for it to capture game consoles. You need a device, you need a separate device. It's a whole thing. Well. Folks, it is time now for last call for levels. Last call for levels. I'm going to stall for a bit to let y'all get in any last levels that you have. Get back into queue any last times, if you so please. And, yeah. In the meantime, I will play some of my own levels, which, what the fuck? What level should I play? What's a good theme? What's a good theme for tonight? I feel like I've probably done water already, and relatively recently at that. What's a good theme? Bullet Bill Hat? Do Bullet Bill Hat. What's something that could give us, like, some ice levels? Actually, we did ice levels last week. We did pure ice levels last week. Let's do half and half ice levels this week. Anything that's half an ice level, half something else. That's, on topic, that fits the theme. Let's go, let's see, what's half and half here? The first one that's half ice level would be Return of the Wayward Spiny. You can use a laptop? Yeah, you can use a laptop to stream, that's true. Yeah. And I have a laptop that I have set up to stream, though power is a concern if you have a setup this complicated, turns out. That laptop was draining in power faster than it was charging. At least when I was recording the archive separately as a separate thing from the stream. Which I do so it could be in higher quality. Wish you could have night ice but not slippery. You can always do that, but have it be like a flying level or a climbing level or something if you want to avoid the mechanic. But yeah, I would agree with that in general. I think it would be nice to have like hybrid levels that were or not hybrid levels, but you know, like I think it would be nice to disconnect the theme from the gameplay gimmick so that you could just have slippery whenever you wanted. You could have water whenever you wanted. You can have forests with holes. You can have forests with pits. I think it would be good to allow for all these things. You could have a water level where you're swimming through a mountain. Or like swimming through, you know, a castle. You could actually have that. That's already a thing. Where you're swimming through a ghost house, let's say. This is the outdoor section. This is the reason for the season. This is the season for the reason. This is the seasonal content, which is the reason this level was picked out. It's sort of out of the ramparts of the castle. And it's kind of a nice contrast to the inside. And all it's lava. Also, you have this gimmick where they're all springing around. That is going to be a major gimmick in, I think, the next level, if I can make it work. My next Super World level, you know. This just... I've used this mechanic a bunch, and it's one of my favorite mechanics to have for, like, flavor and stuff. Bunch of enemies just, like, springing around and stuff. Makes for a very dynamic, like, you know, a whole, like, line of enemies to maneuver around, I think is fun. Can you put your level in queue using Twitch, or only one platform at a time for levels? Only one platform at a time. Yes, please do not submit using alts. I'll say, like, the standing policy is that if we get more than one level or like the same code from multiple people, we will just do one of them. And that is our way of just, you know, avoiding the temptation for people who are going to be a little more sneaky and a little less upfront than you in this case. But you know, you're pretty upfront with it, so you know, don't worry about it. I understand. You just wanted to know, and the answer is no, don't. We get one more try. That's just how it works. That's just fair to everyone. And also, I gotta end the stream so I can, you know, have a night. I mean, what am I going to do tonight after the stream, I guess? I don't know. This is a mountain, but also cave. You sort of go inside here. Go inside the mountain. and it's a downhill level inside the mountain. You're sort of descending. While also occasionally, you know, you gotta find this guy here. The vulnerable, whatchamacallit. Hopscotch, whatever, I don't know. You gotta find them and, kill them. To, get a key and proceed. I think it's a fun gimmick for a level. I make a lot of traditional levels. That are of, I would say, high quality. I hope people, you know, check them out and enjoy them. I'm small, but the halfway point is like right here, so I'll be good. The outside portions are pretty minimal in this level, just like around the margins. Mostly it's a downhill level, but I feel like the outside parts have a certain charm to them. And also, like, because I'm using the outside sparingly, I'm able to have, like, the side... I'm able to have it just, like, go out into the distance, you know? Where you can... there's not, like, a wall on the opposite side of the play space. Because I have plenty of room to just have a big old pit. It's nice when a level can feel like a physical place, you know? I feel like it's really nice when you can manage that. And I feel like this is a level that really does. You know, you're going out the left side, the right side of the mountain. You know, you're navigating around in that way. You're a cat. It's always nice to be a cat. Okay, well this one is bounded off on the side, but I'm sure there was a good reason. Oh, no it's not. There's totally a hole there that, you know, presumably you wouldn't be able to see the other side. See, like, you know, where it ends. Again, I don't know if I said, but this is Plunder Blunder, a level based around, going into, like, a pirate's treasure cave and, you know, stealing all their treasure. This whole world is, like, pirate-themed, except they're, like, air pirates who, you know, use airships, so their base isn't constrained to the ocean, basically. Their base is at the top of the mountain. I think after this, Pirates Peak 4 and 5, I don't use that much ice, so I feel like these 3 levels might be it as far as the last 3 levels of Pirates Peak might be it as far as this hybrid thing goes. I feel like that's a good amount of levels for this part of the stream. Last call, you know? Again, get him in, get him in, get him in. That's what the thing says at the bottom of the screen. In this one, it's pretty straightforward, you know? The first half is mountain, and the second half is something else. Another way to do a nice progression. I feel like, in this one, the idea is that the second half is like a secret, you know? Like, buried beneath the mountain, right? And once you get this power up, you can sort of dig it up. Buried underneath the mountain is a secret pirate base, a hidden harbor, a bitter boatyard. I'm sure if you went back and found when I was making this level, like in, you know, on stream and stuff, I probably considered both those names. Hidden Harbor, Bitter Boatyard. A thing I like about this is that I made the ceiling out of breakable blocks so you could feel like a bull in a china shop, you know? Just like breaking up shit and having a good time. I think that's fun. I think that's a fun gimmick. It has been said that I probably should have put in coin at the last place where you need, where so long as you have like Big Mario you can get it. But I kind of am happy with just how it is and how you know, there's just some more stuff for you to break, and you don't have to really worry about it. Finally, we have Pirates Peak 5, Figurehead Fuss, which is kind of a mini boss level. A mini boss rush level, so it's, you know, pretty quick and pretty fun, and a perfectly good climactic way to end this last calls. It's basically 3 mini bosses, all of which are beatable in 20 seconds. And you also get a spike hat for each one. The mountain serves as the hub. You know, the fights, they all take place in the ship half of the level, sort of marrying the 2 parts of the world, you know, the airships and ice parts, ice mountains. But I think it's a solid combination, and you know, Night Mountain looks great. Can't say that it doesn't. Yep. I forgot that I give out mushrooms during this fight. That's really generous. I don't know why I did. Maybe just I thought like, oh well, end up having to go through all those guys. It might be difficult. That's the second one. There's a repeating checkpoint, as you can see, and the third one is a flying boss. We're, charge up this motherfucker and destroy this shit. Shoot into there, and then shoot into there to destroy that guy, and it's done. And that's all of them. This one wasn't really quite very mountainy, I guess. Can't you cheese the level by going over the doors? Going over the doors. Oh, you mean like getting the coins? There's like one-way platforms. They're like one-ways blocking you from just getting them without going through the boss fights. Hang on, I'll show you. Going over the doors. Where is the thing? Here it is. One way is here. I guess, in theory, if you could get up here, you could drop through here and cheese it pretty badly, at least these two. Not this one, coincidentally, so if it was possible, you would start with this one and then get these two, but I guess maybe if you... Which boss fight is this one? It's the heart. I guess if you got a Koopa shell from this one and you did a really good shell jump. This one is the spade. Yeah, I guess it would be possible to cheese it, theoretically, by getting a shell from there and using it to shell jump to skip one of the bosses. I don't know you'd be saving that much time, though. Well, you'd probably save a good amount of time. At least 20 seconds. Yeah, you know what? That's the kind of speed strat that's really funny. That's the kind of thing that you would see in an actual game, like, holy shit, the developers just never thought of that, and they would have never thought of it in like 10 years. That is great. The world record is, by the way, Rafa, with 1 minute and 21 seconds, so, you know, if you're looking to beat that, there's a strat for you. Please, by all means, see if you can do that. I'm curious if it's, like, feasible. Can you even get a Koopa shell out of there safely without it getting, like, whacked on a guy? I think you can. I'm not sure which boss you're skipping. You'd have to check to see which boss is which. Probably the one on the far left, right? It's probably the one on the far left, which would mean the bomb boss. I think after this, I didn't have that many ice levels. Just Koopaverse 2 Cold Ice Comet, and that's a pure ice level, so it doesn't meet our criteria for this segment. This is a ship. This is clouds. This is also clouds. Clouds, ghost house. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's the spiny boss you can skip. I believe that's true. That's a really cool skip that you found. I hope that someone can pull it off and get the time down to... I will be very impressed if you can get the time down to sub 1 minute. I will be very, very impressed if you can get the time down to sub 1 minute. I'm not sure if that's possible, but it's 20-second bosses, so, you know, the 2 bosses that you have to do, that's 40 seconds. If you can do the rest in 20 seconds, that would be incredible. I think it might be a time save of nearly 20 seconds that you found, so yeah, I think that's very possible. Please, by all means, I encourage it. Alright. That's gonna do it for last calls. Let's go ahead and close the queue. Close the queue. It is time now to finish the levels that are in queue, and, you know, whatever. Also, we still got like a handful of cards left, so I'm gonna pop them, and I'm gonna talk about them in a natural way. Well, you did finish all the anime cards, so that's anime talk is over. All the anime talk was last segment. I think that is good, well and good. Also, let me randomize these heads real fast before we get into this. Not sure if they were already randomized, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. Oh, this is tight. This is tight. We need to start running immediately, and we need to jump. We can't miss a coin. And we can't fall into the hole. Once we miss one, it's over, so we might as well just die. That first coin. One of the more tougher coins of the level, clearly. Yikes. So far we're doing a lot worse than, last time. Worth noting, I can't just keep running and try to, just, you know, for practice sake. Oh, this could be it! No, it's not. We already missed 2. Also, we didn't actually hit the thing. Even if we had gotten perfectly to that point, we would have ended up below the exits and not getting the last coins, not getting the actual thing to do. That was a pretty decent last run, though. Fortunately, we're all out of lives, and yeah, such is the lightning round. Right now, we're in an extra generous lightning round. Considering that, I should have kept going earlier for practice sake. That's true. I know. I realize that now. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you for the levels, Meow 24 Dream Cat. I appreciate them. Let me hit dismiss and do the next one. Rock Party is up next. Go ahead and confirm, Rock. Let's go. Let me, I'm thinking. Card! That's what I wanted to do. I'll do a card. Yes! Here's a card. Been sleeping, napping, act. Yeah, I took this week off streaming for other than tonight. So the last stream before tonight was last Friday. So I've been trying to relax and trying to sleep a bit more. And in particular, taking some naps. I've definitely had a bunch of naps after work this last week where it's just like, okay, I'm getting home, you know, after a bit, just going like, okay, it's 6 p.m. I get home a little earlier than 6 p.m., let me say, but, you know, just 6 p.m. rolling around going like, oh my god, I'm so tired. And, what happens if someone throw X Pikmin at me? You throw Pikmin at me. It'll make sense. Try it. Someone show, Meow for Dreamcat what that looks like. Jesus. But okay, there you go. Does that help? Does that answer your question? Been had some weird nights where I just like got home at like a normal time. I usually get home around like 4:30 or something from work. You know, we all leave before rush hour hits. We all leave around 4 because rush hour and stuff usually on a work day from office. Though it was kind of a weird week this week because we did the white elephant thing, which I talked about earlier. That was on Wednesday, which is usually a work from home day, but we did it in the office on Wednesday. So we just came in, we did white elephant, we had lunch at Rosa's, and then we all went home. And that was my last day in office. Just an office party and lunch, pretty much. And then Thursday and Friday both were work from home days this week, which was nice. But I, getting home and just wanting to take like the longest ass nap, like from 6 to, I think I had a nap on Monday from like 6 p.m. to 11 a.m. I think I had a nap on Wednesday as well. That was pretty late into the evening, definitely a couple hours there. And I'm trying to sleep as well. Normal style. During the normal night, but I just have this urge to keep on going, to push, to watch one more thing, to play a little bit of X game. Try to get a little bit of some specific game. Sleep is good. I like to nap. And I'll say, since I'm on vacation, I definitely want to try to get my sleep schedule like more in line and just probably sleep until I'm done sleeping. If that makes sense. Just sleep until I'm done sleeping. I'll say one thing I've been doing recently is instead of getting out of bed when morning comes, I've been just like looking at Twitter for a while. You know what I mean? Just like reading Twitter for like an hour or two on like a weekend. I want to not do that. I don't feel like... I kind of feel bad that I'm spending all that time that way. I imagine that's how it feels to waste that much time on TikTok. Twitter, it turns out, can be just as habit-forming. I need to roll out of bed and start the day in a situation like that. What do you do if you have a suggestion for a stream? You can just suggest it, whatever. You can mention it in the Discord if it's something that, as well, There's multiple places you can get a hold of me. The best place, I would say, in general, would be on stream. The second best place, if I'm not streaming, would be Discord. And, the channel has a Discord, so that Discord specifically. My channel's Discord. ! Discord if you want the link to that. It's not a very busy Discord, but if you want notifications, it's a great place for those. You can get stream notifications and stuff. I'll say I have a lot of ideas for streams myself. And, well, I don't know about if a lot of them is accurate. A bonus stream as a reward, like a channel point reward. I will say, Meow for Dreamcat, I used to have a big money... Damn it. I used to have a big channel point redemption where I have a Life Rock party. Thanks for the level, though. And, I can't believe how close we came that one time, and we didn't come anywhere near as close any other time. Very sad, very sad. I used to have a channel point incentive where it was like a huge big sum, and it would be play some other game, a specific other game of my choosing, for 30 minutes. Like 30 minutes of Facelift from Mario Party, 30 minutes of shield surfing in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I forget which one it was at the time that was redeemed. It would just be a one-off thing in some random game. 30 minutes of Metal Harbor from Sonic Adventure 2. And ended up retiring those because mainly because I think it's kind of weird in a stream that's also on the YouTube with a very specific thumbnail to have a 30-minute segment that's not the expected segments. And also, they really weren't redeemed that often. They were just sort of sitting there for like months and months and months and months because people tune in for what they want to watch. They tune in for the thing that's live. You know what I mean? They're not about to be like, oh, do something else. Instead of Mario Maker, do Sonic. It doesn't work like that. Not quite. Thank you for the Level Rock Party. Let me dismiss and get the next person up. Axel. It was a fun idea, but it just doesn't make sense, for VODs and for, like, the YouTube as much. And I think it is kind of not as fun of a thing for, like, YouTube to have no access for. No access to. That said, I would like to have better channel point things other than character changing and, the Pikmin. I wouldn't mind that. Is the character change on? I think I meant to turn it on, but I haven't seen any, instance of it. It's fine, hey, I just had it off last week, so I'm not sure. Let me just tell you didn't know what profiles had ideas in this game? Oh, you didn't know that. It's a very easy way to share a level, Isaiah. Much easier way than, otherwise. Let's go, let's punch in this thing. Hello, Mr. Dylan. Put a channel point alert on screen when it's used. Yeah, that is a thing that I had for a bit. I didn't really like those, though. I didn't really like the channel point alerts. They were kind of finicky and hokey, and they didn't look as good as the regular alerts. I didn't care for those, honestly. Also, you have to make a bespoke alert for every single channel point thing you have. It kind of adds a lot of overhead. Let me open that up for you, Mr. Dylan. Mr. Dylan only. Everyone else, this is just for Mr. Dylan. Mr. Dylan, go ahead and put that back in. Resubmit it. Give it another go. Again, note, this is just for Mr. Dylan on the Twitch side, or anyone else who is new to the stream, or whatever. I usually am pretty cool if, like, someone already got a level in. Without the okay, please, Mr. Dylan. Stream would be with stream in which the game is played would be chosen by the Redeemer. Be a new stream made another day. I mean, that's a fun idea, but it would be contingent on me having the games. I'll say, as far as something like that goes, thank you, Mr. Dylan. I'll say, as far as something like that goes, I did recently do Extra Life, and the gimmick was anyone who donated 25 bucks could choose the next game over the course of a 12-hour stream. And Rock Party and Trebucket did indeed redeem that and got some games requested as a result. I'll say I don't think I've rescinded the offer that was on that stream as far as, like, if anyone were to go back and donate to that to the tune of a certain amount, I would do a full Sonic 06 playthrough. That is still on the table, so long as that thing is open. Though I don't think people really donate to Extra Lives after they're over, so that's probably not going to happen, and that's fine. Hey, I still have Sonic 06 from that stream, so eventually I'm going to have to think of a way that we can play it. It's going to have to be a sub-goal or something at some point, Maybe when my birthday comes around, we'll have that as a sub-goal. Full Sonic 06 playthrough. Maybe. We'll see. I think that'd be fun. That'd be a fun thing to offer, I think. You can make it so if it's a game you don't have, the Redeemer could choose another game. channel points, I don't think it's worthwhile to have. Channel points are just too easy for that. It would have to be a premium thing in that case. It would have to be a sub goal, or a donation thing in a donation stream. Maybe next year. I'll say I was thinking next year maybe we could do like a Wii-based stream where it's all Wii games, and you know, similar to this year, where donors can choose and request games for me to play, so long as I have them on my Nintendo Wii. It could cost tons of channel points. Yeah, but then it never gets used. Then it just never happens. And that's also not fun, I think. I think that's also not fun. Let's play this level. I don't see Axel. Hello, Abel. The queue is closed, but let me know when you're... I'll say Abel. The queue is closed, but I do like to open it for new viewers, so let me know when you're ready to submit, and I will open it for you. Does that make sense? Let me know. Say when. I don't see Axel, so let's do sudden death then. Ads? Okay. We need to go faster than that so we slip under these bullet bills. Okay. We ran out of lives. So yeah, Abelena. You can go ahead and let me know when you're ready, and I'll open the queue for you if you want to get one in. Let me know. Okay, it looks like you're ready. You ready? Abelena only. Go ahead and submit one if you so please. As of now. And I'll close it right after you get in there. Sound good? Sound good. Axel is not here. Axel is not present. I don't see Axel. So let's just go ahead and dismiss and get this on. Get this on. Move on. Move on. You would save up for a reward like that? I mean, I do know a streamer or two that has like a channel point redemption. The best channel point redemption I know, and the most funny for his community, is Dan Reichert has like a 10K, 100K channel point redemption where you can get a toaster, and he'll just send a toaster to you. And that is funny because it only happens once in a blue moon, but also that's money, and you know, it only makes sense, I think, if you make money off, if you're like already a net positive off like Twitch and subs and stuff. He's like very, very popular also, which helps a lot with making that a justifiable dumb idea. Wouldn't make as much sense for me. I think Mr. Dillon is up next. There we go, Mr. Dillon. Let me just double check and make sure that something didn't get screwed up in the order here. Okay, no, I think something got screwed up in the order, but who's actually first? Barnstormer or Mr. Dillon? I think it's Barnstormer. Okay, it's Barnstormer. Okay. I fat fingered it. Again. Let me show you this shit again. I hit some buttons accidentally. Oh wait, Axel is here. I did just dismiss Axel, but Nobe, hey, if you want to get in, let me know. But well, hell, you're here now, so let's we should do this level then with the full amount of lives now that you're here. I'm gonna count that. I'm gonna say we lost 2, we have 5 left. Super Mario Maker 2 get bonus heads rewards or refresh. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but I still feel like I like that as a premium thing. Or, I mean, I think here's my thought. I think bonus heads should either be a premium thing or they should be gratis. I don't know about channel points, just because it'd be a lot of overhead to be constantly, you know, popping them or not. I think this is the right amount of lives. Whatever. Oh wait, no, that's the first one this time, but it was the third one overall because of the first attempt. I feel like a refresh would be too powerful. I will say, I have been thinking about reworking. Gotta not do it when I'm not full speed. Gotta be full speed. I have been thinking about reworking the bonus heads and reworking the thing to provide a more tempting offer for subscribers. Damn it. Fuck. Damn it all. We got one try left, folks. Walk into walls. I'm gonna open the queue for you. You can get one in as well. Since you weren't, you just arrived today. I will allow it. Go ahead and get one in. You're welcome. That was the last try here. Nobe, if you want to get one in too, you let me know. Nobe in the YouTube chat. Just let me know and I will accommodate you. Okay? Okay? Walks into walls is in. Very good. I will say I'm thinking about reworking the premium offering. My idea... Thank you for the level. Dude, we already dismissed your level technically, so it's already gone from the now playing, so that's why it was minimized for a bit, that bar. But whatever. On to Barnstormer. Barnstormer, please confirm. I will say, my idea for, like, how to rework it would be to have it so that subscribers get, like, a once per stream skip the line pass. And that skip the line would not be, like, a full 5 lives. It would not be a full 12 minutes. It would be, like, a 2-try situation. You would get to skip the line, but you will have, like... I would have, like, 3 tries or something funky. Maybe something different from 2 or 5 or 7. Maybe, like, 3? Maybe 3 would be a nice amount for a skip the line pass. I think that'd be a good premium thing. Channel points are still premium when it's a high thing like that. True, true. That said, a lot of people have been stockpiling them for a long time. I bet there are people out there with like 20,000 that just have never binged on 20, 30,000 or something. I don't know like how much points people have to spend. And, you know, you don't want, like, the wrong person. I say the wrong person. I mean, I guess I'll say if ever that was a channel point thing, it would be limited at, like, once a stream per person. Tops. Tops. And it would be, like, a big, incentive as well. I don't see Barnstormer. I think Barnstormer has chatted in a minute. Barnstormer, could you please confirm? Let me pop out of here just for a second and I'll do another card. Haven't done a card in a minute. Also, I'll refresh these lives. We'll refresh them into this for now until Barnstormer says something. Did you hear about the drone stare? Yeah, there's been some weird drone scare stuff going around. People are, Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Hey, J-Brick, how you doing? You raiding? Nice, on the YouTube side. It's weird that there's not any sort of alert for that sort of thing. I appreciate you coming by. Do y'all from that raid want to have any levels for me? Let me know and I can reopen the queue for you. There's like a whole weird drone scare going on in like New Jersey. It's kind of strange. I don't know how much there is there, but people seem pretty freaked out, and the government's like taking their freak out seriously. Kind of makes them think that it's more real than perhaps it is. No one's really sure. There's weird stuff in this world, and also drones are very, very popular, I guess. Let me know if you want me to open it for any of y'all. If y'all got levels, say now. It seems like a whole thing. It seems like a whole thing. I guess I don't have that much to say about it. Let's play the level. And yeah, sudden death, Barnstormer. Speak up if you're there. Are you allowed to ask a political question? What did the rules say? I mean, shoot. I have talked a good amount of politics on the last, let me get that open for you, y'all. There you go. Golden Sun, get one in. That's fine. Just the new viewers. Just the new viewers. Just those coming in hot and fresh. I forgot to pop the first life, but you know what? I'll give Barnstormer an extra life here. I'm distracted by all this raid and stuff. I want another try on this. It's pretty intuitive. Dang. Dang. It's cool if you don't have, any levels. What are your opinion on Musk's growing influence? Oh, buddy, that's a good question. That's very funny. I'll say, I think this week has been very funny that people have started calling, Musk President Musk. I think that's very funny. And I also think that if we say that enough times, we will cause a row, as if there isn't already a rift forming between Musk and President Trump. President Musk and Vice President Trump. Let's say that, just to get on their nerves. There's already a rift forming insofar as Elon is a very insufferable person, and he's going to like get himself kicked out probably before the end of next year. But if we make it be really annoying about it, I feel like that's going to be expedited. That's going to happen sooner rather than later. I think by this time next year, Elon Musk will be a Democrat. Elon Musk will be back to Democrats by this time next year. That is my hot take. That is my spicy prediction. I don't know it's really that spicy. I mean, the spicy part is probably that he would he would go back to Democrats and not just be Never Trump or something after falling out. That's also possible. It seems pretty likely they're gonna fall out eventually, right? Right? And once they fall out, his influence will be gone. He'll have nothing. And, we'll see. Thank you, Barnstormer. I don't see you, so I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss. It's gonna be an interesting year. Oh, that's, understatement of the year. Understatement of the year right there. I'm not gonna say of the century because I don't know what's gonna happen the rest of the century, but yeah. You don't know how you ended up on this timeline? Well, you just lived and it just happened. There you go. It's not really a mystery. It's just how it happens. You don't really have a choice what timeline you live in, or like what happens in the world, unless you take matters into your own hands, like some handsome boys I could mention. Like, hey, we got Luigi heads! Coincidentally. Coincidentally. That doesn't mean anything. Anyway, those heads are random. Isn't that nice? Random Luigi heads. Those are good-looking heads, if I do say so myself. Yeah, that drone stuff feels like it's some nonsense. Probably there are more drones now than ever. There probably should be laws about those, probably, I don't know. But also, probably gonna be a lot of drones in the future, right? Like, it's a technology that works. There are vehicles that can drive around pretty much freely in any direction. Like, drones are probably the most realistic type of robot soldier that will exist on a man-to-man level. You know, similar to like the man-hacks from like Half-Life 2, but more like this size and less like this size. And also not cutting you up with their propellers. Instead, just like having guns on them, I guess. Let's do it. Ooh. We'll see what fucking happens. Spin jump, spin jump, spin jump. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. That's all we can do. As the normal people in the world. See what happens and talk very loudly. That's, the two things we can do in this world. Spin jump, spin jump. Remember the spin jump. Remember the spin jump. Saying that with the same cadence of, like, Bill and Ted. Remember the spin jump. I remember the spin jump. But those guys got killed by the POW. Ah, we're getting a request for Luigi. Fantastic. I will jump off a cliff. It will not count as a life because I'm just trying to get Luigi out and out here. It's time to release the Luigi. Luigi has now been released. How about that? Merry Christmas. God damn it. Remember the spin jump. That's not a bad stream name, honestly. Remember the spin jump. Imagine if that ends up being the name for the stream, rather than something that have to do with, like, the holiday season. Or, the whole, like, anime half of the stream. I don't know. We ran out of lights, Mr. Dillon. This is the best Super World you have played? Or over the 1,400 hours you have spent on Mario Maker 2? I have spent 2,130 hours. Probably like half of those were before I was a streamer. But like the other half, probably, you know, since. Alright, that's that. We couldn't do it. Such as the lightning round. You know how it is. Let me hit dismiss. Luigi's Mansion time. That's right, that is a game that stars Luigi. Yes. It's a very good franchise. Who's up next? It is, Abeleon. Abeleon. Go ahead and confirm. Abeleon, I'm gonna put in chat so Abeleon knows to say something. Abelena. That's how you say that. Abelena is here. Fantastic. How about one of these more cards? I've been randomly listening to History of Rome podcast again. I've been kind of in the mood to recount some ancient history. So I pulled up History of Rome and listened to the start to the end. I've listened from the start to the start of Augustus's reign, which is a pretty good chunk of podcast. I will also say, I am still completely behind on all my other podcasts. Spare a couple of them. I probably should be listening to those rather than randomly re-listening to historical podcasts of an interesting nature. But, I don't know. For some reason, I wanted to hear about, some random parts of, you know, the early Roman history, and, like, the end of the Republic. The end of the Republican is a really interesting time, insofar as around that time, they basically gone into full oligarchy anyway, whereas, like, you know, I'll say, when you think about, oh, we should reclose the queue. There we go, perfect. When you think about the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, you think like, you probably think something like Republic good, Empire bad. But the reality was, during the Republic, you know, it was basically just ruled by the richest people in Italy, who were just like, really keeping everyone down. Really just being real dicks about it. And like the direction that like Caesar came from it at was from the perspective of supporting the common man. You know, having policies like a grain dole and like, you know, being more cool about the poor and giving more land reallocation and things of that nature. You know, at the time, the oligarchs were really just doing as much as they could to hold on to as much power and wealth as possible, and something had to break, and what it was the thing itself, you know? What it was the agitators who ended up getting power and sort of more or less ruling it as a one-man thing. Sort of unofficially for a while, but then eventually pretty much officially. Obviously, not every emperor was cool, and also Augustus, even he had his, like, really bad regressive policies as far as, like, his morality laws go, but it's interesting shit. It's interesting shit. Alright, we need to randomize these heads. I'm sorry, Luigi heads. We gotta randomize them for each person. We got Daisy. Coincidentally, Luigi's girlfriend. And love interest, I guess. I don't know if they're official. Are they official? I don't know if they're official. You really can't say. Anyway, I don't know if I'm gonna really continue. Honestly, I feel like I was just looking for something to listen to during, like, work hours for this last week. And like, when I'm playing Marvel Rivals and stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna keep on doing it once, we keep listening, now that I'm on vacation. And again, I should probably be focusing on anime podcasts I am behind on. But, I don't know. I feel like at a certain point I need to say to myself, like, okay, well, Min-Max podcast, I'm just not gonna listen to every episode. That's just gonna be the thing. I should just start at the present and work my way back if I like. And if I don't want to do that, I could just listen to the current episode every week. You know, I shouldn't let being 5 months, 6 months behind stop me from listening to the most recent episode of a podcast, probably. That's, maybe a bit silly. Maybe a bit silly a way to go about life. I mean, I either drop it and give up on, listening to every episode, or I just drop it entirely, which I don't really want to do. I think Min-Max podcast is great. I just haven't had the time for it in the last year. You like Cold Fusion? I don't know if I know that channel. I do like a documentary. I do like a think piece. Always feel like I could use more videos like that. Also more videos as far as whatever. Am I behind in the stream? I don't think so. I'm just I sometimes read the thing slowly. I just finished. I just hit next. What am I saying? You're watching. This is not a way you could sync up with me. Me telling you what's happening in real time. Avalena just said GG. Does that help? Does that help? It helps to occasionally pause, wait 5 seconds, and play again if you feel like you're behind. Yeah, I just got out of the world. I just got out of the thing. Sometimes that triggers ads, though. Yeah, that's true. You can't help that. A good refresh will always help. The ads do give me like a cent or two, so, you know, hey, I appreciate it if you end up having to watch them. Subscription gets rid of the ads on Twitch. It's nice. It's a thing. Maybe the YouTube version doesn't have as many annoying ads. I'm not suggesting anyone on Twitch go over to YouTube. That's against the terms of service. You're not allowed to do that. I'm just saying, as a matter of course, sometimes YouTube has less ads. That's something that I find. I don't know what's up with that. Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit complete. I sometimes find that when I'm on YouTube, I get no ads, and I don't know why. I mean, I have ad block, but not on my phone, so it's unclear. Unclear why that is. Walk in the walls! Walk into walls, you are up. I have 2 last cards here, and there's 2 levels in the queue. I guess we'll do the last one before the last level. So perfect. This is the perfect amount of cards, I'm pretty sure. I've been rewatching Better Call Saul. I'm in season 3. I've been rewatching it like a couple episodes a week with my family, with my parents, you know, with my folks, and it's getting pretty good. I thought that the season 2 arc with the company was pretty shit, but the malarkey arc, the chicanery, that episode, that arc that leads up to that episode, pretty great episode. I really enjoyed rewatching the episode Chicanery. Also, because I ended up like petering out on Better Call Saul like in season 4 or so, because I got tired of waiting for it to come on Netflix at the time. It took like a couple extra years, and by the time it came on, I was like, okay, I'm good. I'm not gonna binge it right now. I'm getting to the point where we're near the stuff that I haven't seen yet, so that interests me a good deal. I'm hoping it's good. I'll say I didn't remember that Fring showed up this early in the show, in the part of the show that I had seen. I forgot that Fring had made an appearance, but I don't know. I do feel like just seeing Fring and like other characters from Better Call Saul just appear, or from Breaking Bad just appear and be like, hey, I'm the guy, I'm building a drug lab, like in Breaking Bad. Hey, ho ho, it's just like in Breaking Bad. This is setting up Breaking Bad. It's like, I don't understand where you get drama there, but, you know, people say it's fucking great. My parents say it's like average. They didn't care for how it ended. You know, and that's part of why I was like, I never caught up. I also heard from them like, we didn't really like it that much. It was a lot of just setting up things that are in Breaking Bad. But I don't know. I'm sort of very curious. I'm getting curious, like what happened to the girl? What happened to the brother? Did the brother? I can't remember if the brother dies. I think the brother something might happen to him at the end of season 3. But I don't remember. Toadette heads. That's right. Those are the heads that we got. Coincidentally, the hardest heads to make, because you have to cut out the you gotta cut out the bulbs on the back, the ponytail, without crossing the body. It's weird. Whatever calls to you. Fish in a barrel. Gotta be fish in a barrel. Anyway, probably tomorrow we'll you know, I'm gonna go over to the folks' place, as I do on Saturdays. We're gonna have dinner and watch some Better Call Saul. And yeah, getting to the good bits, aren't we? I see the idea here. Kill all these fish. Very cool. Let me kill this guy as well. I'll say the one thing about Better Call Saul that does, like, I'm not like huge into. I don't really like the cartel stuff so far. I think the cartel stuff kind of feels like a distraction from what's really the most fun part, which is like hanging out and doing like some law business, doing some funky law business. You know, being a quote-unquote criminal lawyer. I feel like that is definitely the through line, the plot line of Better Call Saul that I am most interested in, and I have heard that it kind of takes more of a backseat, and I'm a little concerned about that. Blue-haired boy, I'll let you get that in. Sure, go ahead. Just blue-haired boy. Just blue-haired boy. When these guys swim upwards, they are vulnerable, looks like. Just, like, barely. them don't swim high enough. It's weird. Also, there's not enough of them, so... Must be through the door? Not sure what the deal is there, but... Let's go through this door. Ah, a couple swam off. But only 2, so... but also these guys are randomized, it seems like. With every spawn. Some of them are swimming higher now. So I'll be able to hit them. Okay, just gotta do that a couple times and we'll be good. Thank you, I'm closing it back up. Really enjoying breaking Better Call Saul to a certain degree. The best parts, anyway. I still think, and I say this as someone who has not finished it, doesn't know how it ends. I still think Breaking Bad is an order of magnitude better than Better Call Saul, but Chicanery is pretty damn good as an episode. I'll give you that. One of the better ones. For sure, for sure. Okay, now that's done. Now I need this guy to get up here so I can maybe... Oh, maybe what I do is I go over to the other side. Break this. There we go. That's the answer. Hit the on-off and jump on the flag. Fantastic. Also, by the way, if anyone's getting in late and curious what's going on with the bonus heads, it's not like a permanent thing. It's just that it's the stream before Christmas, so I'm giving everyone bonus heads for free tonight. Seriously giving consideration for this just being the normal way of things. But, we'll see. Thank you. Let me go ahead and, thinking. Dismiss. Golden Sun. Golden Sun DS. Let me hit next for you. Golden Sun 3DS. Go ahead and confirm. There you are. For the boot, you can't jump when it bounces. You have to jump immediately or you land and halt your movement. Sweet. Hell yeah. Let me randomize your thing. I have one final card here, I think. This should be it. Yes, I need to go see Sonic 3. That's out in theaters. They're saying it's fucking good as hell. They're saying it's better than the last one, which I thought was better than the first one. Sonic 2 was pretty damn good. And, yeah, it's basically an adaptation of Sonic Adventure 2, my favorite Sonic game. So, yeah, there was a 2, yes. And now there's a 3. It's in theaters now. And it's getting, like, rave reviews. It's getting rave reviews. Better than the Lion King live-action movie. I saw someone doing, like, a meme or something where it's the live-action Mufasa, and he's, like, dead. He's, like, Slade. And Sonic Shadow is like, yeah, I'm fucking badass. I did it, you know? He's like, taking the credit. He's like, it's clear that he did the kill. Because, yeah. You didn't see 2, so you didn't go out to see 3? Oh, do see 2. 2 is a lot of fun as well, and it's on Amazon Prime now, so, you know, worth considering. At least, I say it's on Amazon Prime. I don't know if it's still on Amazon Prime. It was like a year ago. I guess that doesn't mean it's still on there. It might be on Amazon Prime, I don't know. TBD. This is just a nice, light, blue platform level that is pretty damn straightforward. Ah, damn it. Honestly, I could give up the boots. I could give up the boot right now and probably still, if the boot was a problem, I could give it up. And, it can be kind of finicky, huh? This is just a test area to make sure that you can boot. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, we'll get to an actual tough zone. With wind. With wind? Oh, crap. I'll say, by the way, the way that timeouts work in levels where you can't die is that they count for 100 seconds for each one life for each 100 seconds on the clock at first. This rule was originally made for the purpose of, like, when we're doing, like, not free bonus heads. I feel like some adjustment needs to be made for bonus heads, if I'm being honest, to keep it in the spirit of things. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say, when bonus heads are in play, a timeout will also just deplete those two instantly and get us down to regular heads, regardless of the number of seconds on the clock. But, okay, good. This might not be a getting over it level. Maybe this isn't a getting over it level. Might be a getting over it level. Might be a getting over it level. But a pretty nice one that's had a checkpoint. And that first segment was like no time at all. It was like short. What's the 4 minutes for the world record? Well, that is a good amount. But it's not terrible. There's one checkpoint around halfway up. Yes, that's where we are. I think. Yeah, I need to wait for the wind to stop. True, true. Just remember, don't fight the wind. Don't fight the wind. Go with the wind. Oh, there's another checkpoint? Okay, let's fall back down and get a full re-up. Let's get a re-up. Some of these don't actually require the wind. It just helps. God damn it. I'm gonna say as a rule, if we do timeout when we have bonus heads in play, we gotta just nick them in the bud. On a level like this, bonus heads effectively just double it, rather than like increasing the time commitment by a marginal amount. Okay, little worried here. Need to be careful about Manto. I think we're good. Eek. Okay, boot checks at every section. Noted. Boot checks at every section. Okay, okay. Boot check. in the same cadence as in the same tone as like a hand check. Y'all know what a hand check is? Y'all probably don't know what hand check is, but it's like a thing that was mentioned on like a very, very old Giant Bomb Bombcast episode where the idea is behind a hand check. There we go. Because we're being followed, we have the key, so that's why that's there. The idea is at like an adult conference, you know, like an adult convention. You know what I mean by an adult convention, right? A pornography convention. In like one of those sessions that they have, people will yell out, hand check, and you have to throw your hands up. So it's just to confirm that you're not, you know, you're not, you know, your hands are free and not in use. You understand? And that amused the people on the Giant Bombcast in the year that happened to no end. Very amusing idea of a hand check. Where do we get our boots? Can we get a boot? I need a boot. There's a boot. There we go. Anyway. Oh, we got a checkpoint, so that refreshes our lives. Wrong button. This one. And then we lost it. You can die by the Phantom to restart. True, true. We will need to... That will cost us lives, though. Keep in mind, but we do have plenty. We do have plenty. I mean, if we fall so far that we have to... that we would have to reclimb, I think it is only fair... It is only proper that we should do that. As a rule of thumb. Also, it looks like we're done. It looks like we're done. This wasn't so bad. We didn't have to stress too much about, the fear of, you know, timing out. Probably not a world record, though, right? I think that was like 10 minutes, maybe. 6 minutes. Not bad. Not bad at all. Compared to, you know, some getting over it levels where you just never do it. You just never get through it. That was a very kind getting over it level. I appreciate it. Let me hit complete, and then we'll have one last level from Blue-Haired Boy, who just GG'd. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go see Sonic 3, like, Sunday? I'm gonna say Sunday. Ooh, I did just say earlier. I did just say as if that wasn't 6 hours ago. That was 6 hours ago that I just said. But, I did just say I wanted to do Sunday as like a relaxing, do-nothing day. But also I need to see Sonic the Hedgehog 3. So, yeah. Maybe I could see that tomorrow, and then go hang out with folks after. That doesn't sound like a bad idea neither. I usually, these days, I've been watching, like, Ranma before I, you know, I sleep in and then I watch Ranma and then I go hang out with folks. But instead, I could get up at a reasonable time and go see Sonic and then go to folks and have dinner with them. Maybe that'd be good. And then I could just do Sunday, do whatever. Thinking about it. If I see Sonic 3 at noon on Saturday, are there gonna be like a ton of kids making a bunch of noise and stuff? I wonder. Oh, you want most recent? Let me do that. Yes. Maybe I should see it at night. Well, here's an idea. Okay, here's an idea. Instead of before parents, do it after parents. I usually leave parents' place around like 9 p.m. or so when they want to go to sleep and stuff. You know, when they're all tired and stuff. Hey, Sonic! We got Sonic! We got Sonic heads! Ah, that's serendipitous. Ain't that serendipitous? And one of them is even Tales from the movie franchise. How about that? Perfect. Lovely. I'd love to see it. Maybe I go see Sonic after, at like 9 or 10 p.m. Or, you know, closer to midnight tomorrow. That doesn't sound like a bad idea either. And then I sleep the fuck in Sunday, and then we do a big old stream on Monday. Some big old streams on Monday. Hope you can do shell jumps. I can try. I can definitely try, blue-haired boy. I've done them on occasion. That really hard shell jump level last week? God damn it. I beat that. Well, no, I didn't. And it was the week, might have been the week before. Who remembers? Who remembers? I have definitely done some hard-ass shell jumps. Yeah, Sonic died. Timing. Gotta time it right. Pretty precise. Well, you gotta time it right. If we don't time it right, we should probably back up so that we can get the better timing. Tails is the last one. Tails will be with us until the end. There's an order in which these things get popped. I should probably pop out and pop back in to reset the timing. If they get desynced like this. I see where I need to go now. I'll get it this time. Oh, crap. I needed to jump on that guy. I had a train coming, a bullet bill coming, and I missed it. I was distracted by the mole. I don't feel like we have a good stream title for this stream yet. Distracted by the mole would not be bad. There have been some things I have said in passing that would be good VOD titles for the VOD. Again, I like to name the VODs when they go up on YouTube. That's why I occasionally will say, like, what's a good VOD? What's a good VOD name here? Probably has to be something related to the festivities, you know, the time of year. The Yuletime energy, you know? Just in the Saint Nick of Time was not bad. I don't know. That might be the best that we get, honestly. Just in the Saint Nick of Time. Why not? Let's go with that. Just in the Saint Nick of Time. It's a little forced, but it's holiday related. And this is the one stream that'll be right before Christmas. We have one life left. You're not getting this one, says Blue-Haired Boy. You said I would have to do a shell jump, and so far there hasn't been any of those, so... Yes, we probably have a ways to go. Very funny, not safe for work song based on this. Mario's Grand Day Out. Never heard of it. I'll tell you a not safe for work song based around a relevant song. Not from this game, but from a Christmas song. From a community that I have run in the past. There is a song that is a remix of the Walrus Cove song from Diddy Kong Racing, where it's set to lyrics, I wish it was Christmas every day, and it is actually a song that is more funny to listen to when it's explicitly not Christmas, because it's basically, I understand it's probably I think it's a parody of like an actual song that exists, but as the song goes on, the singer becomes more and more distraught about it not being Christmas every day, to the point of some like edgy self-harm type stuff. Which I'll say, you know, I don't know if that like super ages good, but you know, whatever. It's funny. There's some good lyrics in there, like there's some good lyrics in there, like he's better. Like there's a refrain. At one point there's a refrain of he's better than Jesus, he's better than Jesus, he's better than Jesus about Santa Claus. And also another refrain where it's I wish that it was Christmas every day, and Jesus agrees with everything I say. I wish that it was Christmas every day, but it isn't, but it isn't. That's how the song goes. Also, there's a point where the refrain is, the Pope is wanking, the Pope is wanking. It's pretty edgy. I think that's on DK Vine's channel. That is the kind of humor that DK Vine got up to. That is DK Vine humor as hell. Used to run in the DK Vine. I still do on their on Discord. Like spawn out of that community, but not really the forums anymore. Whatever. Yeah, that's bruh. Yes. I'm not saying every lyric is perfect, but it is very funny to me, and I think about it a lot. I was out of lives there. That was like the last one? I think that was the last one. Yeah, we didn't do it. You're right. You're right. Let me hit this miss. Get this level out of there. And, folks, that's gonna do it. That's the last one. That's the last, that was the last level. Creator dashboard. That was the last level. And with that, it is now time to, you know, end the stream. Do I have another card pack up in Pokemon Pocket yet? No, I'm a couple hourglasses short of being able to do that. Well, unless I did some dailies right now, which I'm not going to do on stream, so whatever. Again, brand new feature here on the channel. I can now go like, ooh, here's my phone. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Gotta be careful not to show to anything that shouldn't be shown on stream. Gotta be careful about that, but I have that option now. Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. I'm thinking the next stream will be Monday, December 23rd at 2 p.m. Central, a Game of the Year prep recap stream where I play like 14, hopefully 14, of the games that came out this year that I think could make it onto my top 10 list. I'm gonna do it like in 2 streams, I'll say, but the second stream I want to put entirely towards UFO 50 because it is because there's like, if you don't know UFO 50, it is a sort of a retro style pack of 50 games that are all like bespoke and unique and cool and novel and each worth a look, and I would like to do a stream where I play all 50 of them. And that'll be a plan for either Tuesday or Thursday, depending on whether I want to do it on Boxing Day or New Year or on Xmas Eve. We'll see what makes sense. Maybe neither. Maybe I'll delay it to like the weekend after or something. We will see. To be determined, to be determined. But yeah, that Monday stream for sure. The next stream to be determined. And then Friday, Mario Maker. Yes. That will be at the same time as always next week. And I'll tell you what happened at Christmas. I'll tell you about what gifts I got and what gifts I gave. You know, that once all the presents have been unwrapped. Once the deed is done. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. There will also be Metroid Prime 3 randomizer sometime in the next probably 2 weeks. That'll probably be sometime New Year's week. We'll see about that. Let me send you somewhere good. I was opening up Twitch and then I remembered that I can show off whatever. Let's see who's good. Bunch of people online. Habablocks, Crozy, Crone, Saberside, Greg's, Birdie V. Watching Love is Blind with you. Let me see if I can raid Birdie V, because that sounds like a bad movie that would be fun to watch. Maybe. Love is Blind. Is that a bad movie or a good movie? It might be about a dog or something? I don't know. Whatever, I'll send you over there. She's watching a movie. That sounds fun. I like to watch a movie on Friday nights after the stream. A bad one, you know, with the Twitch chat sometimes, depending on, like, if a streamer that I like is doing that sort of watch party type thing. So, I'll send you over there, why not? I'll see you on Monday. Let me get ready to end on my side. Okay, I'm ready to end. Okay. I'll see you on Monday for her Game of the Year recap prep type stuff, where I play like a bunch of my favorite games from the year and think about which ones are best and which ones belong where on the list. That will be a whole thing. I need my mouse. I need my mouse to hit the raid now button. Monday. Then I don't know. Then Friday. Bye, folks.